Welcome to the second hearing of the Public Accountability Committee's inquiry into the Transport Asset Holding Entity, otherwise known as TAHI. Before I commence, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people, who are the traditional owners of the land upon which the Parliament stands, and pay our collective respects to elders past, present and emerging. Today we'll be hearing from Mr Brendan Lyon, former KPMG partner, as well as representatives of the TAHI board. We'll be looking closely into the circumstances in which TAHI was established, a very substantial venture and an organisation which holds some $40 billion of public transport assets in New South Wales. I do thank everyone for making the time to give evidence to this important inquiry and to explore the financial and ethical implications of the establishment of TAHI. Before we commence, I would like to make some brief comments about the procedures for today's hearing. Today's hearing is being broadcast live via the Parliament's website, and a transcript of today's hearing will be available as soon as possible and placed on the committee's website. In accordance with broadcasting guidelines, I remind media representatives to take responsibility for what they publish about committee's proceedings, and while parliamentary privilege applies to evidence given in the inquiry, it does not apply to what witnesses say outside. Committee hearings are also not intended to provide a forum for people to make adverse reflection upon others, and we would request people, if possible, to stick to the issues rather than issues of personality. All witnesses have a right to procedural fairness according to the procedural resolution adopted by the House in 2018. And if witnesses are unable to answer a question today and would request more time to respond, they may take a question on notice and provide an answer within 21 days. If witnesses wish to hand up documents, they should do so through the committee staff. And Mr Lyon, I note that you have produced a number of documents to the committee under summons at the commencement of today's hearing. In terms of the audibility of today's hearing, I remind committee members and witnesses to speak into the microphone. We have Ms Abigail Boyd attending remotely by WebEx. And again, Ms Boyd, I note best to take it off mute at the commencement of a contribution and put it on mute at the end of a contribution. And could I ask everybody, if they could, to please put their mobile phones on silent for the duration of the hearing. I now welcome our first witness, Mr Brendan Lyon. Mr Lyon, I remind you on your former oath that you swore in the earlier in-camera session today. And before we commence, I'd also acknowledge, Mr Lyon, that you've raised concerns in relation to confidentiality agreements with your former employer, KPMG Australia, and you should be aware that your evidence today is protected by parliamentary privilege and may not be used against you in any court proceedings. I also remind you that you're appearing under summons today. And the effect of Section 11 of the Parliamentary Evidence Act in terms of providing answers to questions provided by the committee. With that, Mr Lyon, I don't think we need to swear Ms Lyon again. With that, Mr Lyon, you now have an opportunity to make a brief opening statement, and I invite you to do so.
Thank you. Chairman and members, my name is Brendan Lyon and I appear today, as you note, under subpoena to provide evidence regarding my work on TAHI, which concluded in December last year. While made under subpoena, while I appear under subpoena, I did not seek to avoid the committee because of any concern or worry I have about the transparency of my work on TAHI, or the validity or the ethics of my team across the engagement. Rather, I could not accept your invitations to appear out of respect, as you mentioned, for the legal constraints created within my partnership agreement with KPMG, out of respect for my client, Transport for New South Wales, and due to specific non-disclosure terms that KPMG had me sign in return for beneficial terms of departure. For the record, it is important that I note that the papers I've provided were retained for a lawful reason and that they have been in the possession of my lawyers until recently when I received the subpoena. I was engaged by Transport for New South Wales to lead the development of an operating model for the planned transport asset holding entity that was capable of passing safety review, and to develop a sophisticated financial model to show TAHI's performance and its impacts on the budget. Both of my reports were provided as final reports of KPMG and were attached to the relevant cabinet submissions. I reported to Fiona Trussell, the then Deputy Secretary of Transport for New South Wales. On a day-to-day basis, me and my team worked with Peter Perdiccas and several other Transport for New South Wales officials. The risk and impacts of TAHI meant that the then Secretary Rod Staples was also heavily involved in my engagement. Again, for the record, I want to thank Rod, Fiona and Peter, who are exceptional public servants and highly committed to ethics, to safety and to integrity in their work. And through them, I thank the dozens of outstanding transport officials who contributed to the complex work that we undertook. The significance of TAHI to transport safety in the state budget also meant I saw Andrew Constance relatively frequently, and again, I thank him for his decency and regard for me. I also reported to a joint committee of officials chaired by the Treasury Secretary Mike Pratt, and on his behalf often by Sam Mitter and Cassandra Wilkinson, who are Treasury officials. My first report in June advised Cabinet of problems with Treasury's modelling of TAHI's costs and benefits and a range of safety risks. This allowed Transport for New South Wales to insist that the June Cabinet submission be changed to allow TAHI only to be stood up, not to operate, but instead saw Cabinet require my team to develop 2 items to return to Cabinet later in the year, being a detailed operating model capable of passing independent safety review and a robust financial model. This second detailed phase of work confirmed that Treasury's numbers used for the budget are wrong and had essentially made up the benefits used in the June Cabinet submission. Seeing in round numbers the budget some $10 billion or more worse off than Treasury has claimed. The Treasury Secretary Mike Pratt, Deputy Secretary Sam Mitter and Executive Director Cassandra Wilkinson were understandably very unhappy with my work. This was expressed through very unprofessional, ongoing personal attacks on me and my team and repeated complaints to senior partners at KPMG. I finalised my report despite the pressure to change or remove the results. And when this saw continuing pressure from Mike Pratt, and when I asked him directly to stop bullying me, and you will see the email in my papers, he called for me to be sacked. And also asked that KPMG prohibit me from doing any further work for the New South Wales Government, to which I was advised the firm's CEO, Andrew Yates, agreed. Because of Mike Pratt, Sam Mitter and Cassandra Wilkinson's influence over KPMG's most senior partners, my papers also show the flurry of vexatious internal disciplinary processes that were launched into me some months after my work concluded. It was made untenable for me to stay with repeated attempts to discredit me personally and to discredit me professionally, because I had exposed the failures of those senior Treasury personnel. I left KPMG with my team and most of my clients after I involved Rebecca Giles to negotiate my exit and terminate the vicious internal processes that are in the papers. I've now established with my team a new financial and economic advisory firm called Project Partners. We have strong ethics and strong morals because we never want to be in the position again of having to choose between our jobs and our morals. Finally, I place on the record my deep thanks to my team on TAHI and particularly to David Russell and Jesse Hui, who've joined me in forming Project Partners, Nick Hudson, who is now the Senior Advisor to Paul Fletcher, the Federal Infrastructure Minister, and Gavin Harris, who remains at KPMG. These professionals and others were exposed to very poor behaviours and reprisals, and they were tested and they stood firm. I thank the committee for your forbearance for my opening statement, and I look forward to your questions.
Mr. Lyon, thank you for that. And again, thank you for attending today. I think we'll have a significant number of questions, and if possible, if you could assist by referencing the documents, and I know that they've got some sequential numbering which will assist. I might just ask the first question if I could. I note there's a document number 266. This is an email from Mr. Pratt, Treasury Secretary of the 19th of November 2020. And it commences, to the senior partners on this email, you obviously have a partner who refuses to take counsel and is out of control. As you're aware, we engaged KPMG earlier this year to provide fiscal and accounting advice that is now concluded in support of it says TAFE, but I think it means TAHI work. That work provides the basis for Treasury advice. I expect you to take action. Mike, what did you think when you saw that email?
Mr. Pratt was asking for me to be sacked. He was asking for the senior partners in the firm. And you will see through correspondence preceding that, all sorts of improper attempts by a partner named James Hunter, Heather Watson, also a partner at KPMG, to influence the work, to change the work, to have it removed. It was very clear to me in that phone call that Mr Pratt was asking for me to be terminated as a partner and was asking for reprisals because of the finalisation of my report.
Can I just ask a question in regards to that? Is there any, and this is not to doubt your evidence, but is there anywhere in the correspondence that you've provided under summons explicit wording by Mr Pratt that he sought the termination of your employment?
Well, there was certainly a statement made to me by David Heathcote, the head of the DTL division in December, that Mr Yates had agreed to a request by Mr Pratt that I be prohibited from doing further work. It was certainly suggested to me that I should withdraw my email requesting that Mr Pratt stop bullying me improperly to change the results of a finalised report. That was why I sent that email. There's some contemporaneous notes of the phone call I made to Mr Pratt when I received it, but it was very clear, because I'd been facing ongoing reprisals for a significant period of time. There are documents throughout that reference, again, James Hunter and Heather Pratt following the instructions of Mr Pratt in regards to all sorts of changes that were required to my work.
Can I just ask there, just the DTNL, what does that acronym?
Sorry, there's lots of acronyms involved in this. DTL is a division of KPMG, so the divisional partners run those. David Heathcote and prior to that, David Linky were the heads of my division.
What is DTNL?
Deals, tax and legal, I think.
Okay.
So can I just ask a question with regards to Mr Lyons? Are you able on notice to identify those emails, documents, correspondence that you say supports, and again, I'm not trying to sound in any way derogatory, but supports what you say with regards to the pressure that was being applied?
Certainly.
Can I just follow up some questions on that?
Yeah, well, I just had one more question, then I'll hand to you. That email that I read to you, signed at the beginning, there are two emails that precede it. One is where you say to Mr Pratt, Mike, I'm sick of being bullied by you. Grow up or tell...
Can you refer to it by number?
265.
Yep.
265.
Right,
Mike, I'm sick of being bullied by you. Grow up or tell the truth.
It was supposed to be and tell the truth, not or.
Yep.
So.
Yeah. And that was in response to an email from Mr Pratt of the 19th of November at about 5 p.m, where he said, Brendan, this needs your urgent attention. You either correct the errors or remove all references to Treasury model, which is not for you to comment upon. Please revert ASAP as this matter needs your urgent attention.
Yeah,
what
and
was the
you'll note
substance of that dispute?
The dispute was a letter, which is also somewhere further back in the file, that I'd received from San Mitter that was instructing that the financial modelling results be removed from the report.
And was that the $10 billion problem?
Yes.
So he wanted the removal of any reference to the $10 billion financial turnaround. All right. Mr Mookie.
Just on that.
We'll go to Mr Mookie, then to you, Ms Boyd.
Just on that email chain, which the chair has related to you, I'm just going to set out the time frame, if you tell me if I'm reading this correctly. The letter from Mr Mitter instructing you to remove the $10 billion discrepancy, or the part of your report that relates to fiscal impact, was sent to you on Thursday, the 19th of November 2020 at 4:55 p.m. That's on page 264, correct?
Yep.
That's correct, Mr. Lyons?
That's correct, yep.
Mr Pratt then emails you 6 minutes later at 5:01. That's correct. That's on page 265.
That's correct.
He says to you, this needs your urgent attention. You either correct the errors or remove all references to Treasury's model, which is not for you to comment upon. Please revert ASAP as this matter needs urgent resolution.
That's right, and you'll note that he's also copying in all of the senior partners at KPMG, Mr Hunter, Mr Yates, etc.
Sorry, you'll have to forgive my ignorance of that firm. I don't know these people. Who are they?
So Andrew Yates is the current CEO of KPMG Australia.
At the time?
at the time was the head of the audit division, so he was the national managing partner in charge of Heather Watson's division.
Okay. And who are the others?
So James Hunter is a formerly very senior partner in the firm, very close to the chief executive, as I understand it, no longer on the National Executive Committee, a very close personal friend by his own attestation of Mr. Pratt, and the primary recipient and driver of the relatively substantial volume of work from Treasury to KPMG.
And David Link?
David Linky was formerly the head of my division and replaced by Mr. Heathcote. He remained on this conflicts panel for some time. He's now the global head of tax for KPMG.
So I'm inferring from this that you were engaged by Transport, Mr. Staples ultimately, but reporting inside KPMG to the top leadership?
Yes.
And they were supervising your work relatively closely?
Yes, very closely.
And they were doing that for a period of time?
They were. That structure was brought into place after Mr. Pratt raised concerns to Mr. Hunter with my first report that went to Cabinet in June. It raised both the fact that TAHI was not ready to be switched on in the form that Treasury were saying it was, because there was no operating model. We called out prior structural reforms. In fact, I think the turn of phrase that we used in the report is that the history of rail largely responds to two drivers. One is structural reforms designed to try and get product efficiencies, and the second is the response to the resulting rail accidents that have happened. And we put in two case studies, one...
Mr. Lyons further, but just on this
Sorry,
question...
before you go on, if there is a document that evidences that, it would be useful if that's identified now.
Yes.
The report?
Yep.
I haven't brought the report with me. I'll take that on notice and I'll provide it. It was a report to Cabinet, so if I'm required to produce it and that's legal, then I'll take that on notice and produce it.
Could I just...
I think what we might do is I might formally request you, in fact, require you to produce the document, Mr. Lyons.
I can probably get that brought across.
That'd need a resolution of the committee, wouldn't it, Mr.
Can't
Chair?
be done by the chair.
Chair,
Well,
yeah.
I know
I'm
you're
going to...
powerful, David, but
Yeah.
No. Well,
We understand where you're going. We understand the numbers you've got.
I think any member of the committee can ask a question, and the Parliamentary Evidence Act requires a response. Now, if that also requires the production of a document, I think that's also covered by the Parliamentary Evidence Act. But
Can I just...
we can, if necessary, at the end of the hearing, consider a resolution from the committee.
I think any member is entitled to request it.
Yeah.
I don't think simply as chair, this witness can be left in any impression
No,
that you have some...
No, I don't. I absolutely agree with you.
Yeah.
There's no superpowers in the chair, thankfully.
Chair.
But it is also, I think, covered by the summons as originally drafted.
We will
Mr.
get
Mookie,
into
then
the
Ms.
substance.
Boyd.
We'll get into the substance of what your advice was, what created it. But I'm just still trying to understand how it worked within your firm. I assume that it's not ordinary that every project that you do is oversighted by the level of leadership that was oversighting this project.
It was highly unusual, and as I was just mentioning, that first report that I delivered, it caused a very high degree of umbrage from Mr. Pratt because it raised safety issues, and it said that TAHI was not ready to switch on 30 June and give it control of the rail system.
And on that basis, after...
He complained to Mr. Hunter.
And then Mr. Hunter then took a more involved aspect of supervision.
Mr. Hunter formed something that they called the Conflict Oversight Governance Committee or some such. It was a highly unusual structure. It's not something that is regularly done. It was done because Mike Pratt and I had lengthy conversations with Mr. Hunter about this issue. There's correspondence in the file already around it. Mr. Pratt complained because we raised the safety issue and said it was not ready to proceed to a switch on 1 July because there was no operating model. Nobody knew what it was going to do. That caused a high degree of complaint, and as a result, Mr. Hunter, without declaring what was later revealed, and again in my emails, that he was the originator of KPMG's accounting advice on TAHI. Without revealing that, he inserted himself as the chair of a conflict oversight committee despite the very obvious conflicts that he has in his relationship with Mr. Pratt and the corresponding loss of independence that KPMG exhibited across this engagement.
So just reverting now back to the emails on page 265, as we've established earlier, Mr. Midha sends you a letter asking you to withdraw the section of the report that reports on the fiscal impact that shows that there's a $10 billion discrepancy between your views and Treasury, or your report and Treasury's. At 5:01, Mr. Pratt is emailing you. There's no intervening correspondence between you and Mr. Midhar, but he then sends an email to you saying you either correct the errors or remove all references to Treasury's model. I presume you interpreted that as a ultimatum?
Absolutely.
And then when you say at 5:03, at the top of page 265, you reply, Mike, I'm sick of being bullied by you. The bullying that you're referring to specifically is the ultimatum that he sent you 2 minutes earlier?
It's that combined with the preceding almost 1 year of highly unprofessional treatment by Treasury officials who were trying to, and they were in a conflict with Transport, no doubt about it. Transport have been a very resistant partner in taking TAHI on for all of the reasons that it's complex, that it causes breaks in chains of accountabilities which have a poor prior history.
And
can I just let me jump in?
Last question, please, on this, because I think it's the final part of the email chain. But he replies to you, you reply to him at 5:03, and the email that the chair made reference to by Mr. Pratt is sent to you at 5:12, and that's the one in which Mr. Pratt communicates to the senior leadership of KPMG that
I'm a rogue partner.
That they calls you you are a partner who refuses to take counsel and is out of control. To the senior partners, you obviously have a partner who refuses to take counsel and is out of control. He concludes with, I expect you to take action. That whole exchange takes place within less than 20 minutes. Is that correct?
Yes.
And in layman's terms, that escalated fast.
It did escalate fast, and in particular, Mr. Mookie, this came after the advice was finalised. So the way that the accounting firms work, you issue a draft report, you get all the comments. So that's, again, in the report itself, we took extensive notes and attached them to it of all of the things that came through. I finalised the report after, and again, the documents will show that it went through every risk process. It went through all of the reviews that you would expect. It fully complied in every regard, and yet not one of those senior partners, not one of them would respond to say this is an output of the firm. And you'll see all the way through that KPMG on the one hand were telling me to stay at the poker machine and keep fixing their problem with Transport, while on the other they were acting very directly against my interests, in my view, quite deliberately at the request and behest of the Treasury Secretary and the other two officials.
Just to finalise.
Sorry, I think
literally, at this point in time, Mr. Staples is no longer the Transport Secretary, is he?
No.
Because earlier that week, he was removed without reason. Correct?
Yes.
And at this point, to the extent to which you were having dialogue and instruction from Mr. Pratt, just to the person you were responding to was no longer in their position, correct?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Fowler had a question of clarification, and then Ms. Boyd has been waiting patiently, and I hear what you say, and I accept it.
Nobody's running interference, but points are raised. Mr. Mookie, this is not Mr. Mookie's committee. He is a member of the committee.
Which is why I'm going to Mr. Fowler now. Yes, and I accept, and I had thought that was going to be one question too. So I'm going to Mr. Fowler.
Half a dozen here. That's not an uncommon exercise.
But Mr. Fowler now has the opportunity.
Thank you
and
very
then
much.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you very much. Mr. Lyon, just wanting to clarify, in terms of your engagement, who were you engaged by? Was it by Transport or by Treasury?
By Transport.
So by Transport. So Transport were your client?
Yep, Mr. Pratt was not my client. Treasury was not my client. Another point would be that when I went through the risk process for the initial engagement, I received assurances from KPMG that they had no prior conflicts, and indeed an assertion from Ms. Watson that she had no particular prior conflicts or anything else. What's been revealed in the testimony of estimates and the initial hearing of this committee has shown the absolute fallacy of those assertions, and in my mind shows that it was very clear that KPMG were 100% committed to the success of TAHI because they've bet their reputations on this working, and it was very clear that I was fighting against and it became clearer and clearer and clearer as time went on. But I was in an impossible position where on the one hand I was held to a contract that originated from the Cabinet that instructed that proper financial analysis and fiscal assessments be done, and on the other a firm that were conflicted and a Treasury that were exerting very significant control over that firm. So I feel like I had a real experience over the course of TAHI, and again it was a ethically murky and very unpleasant period of time, but nonetheless we had a very simple job. It was very clear. We had to develop an operating model, and you've seen the paper that's up, my paper that's up on the committee's website, a very complex process of allocating more than 1,000 tasks for responsibility and accountability in rail. And then we were required, because we'd identified the weaknesses and indeed the absence of any modelling at all to advise the Cabinet in June, it was always going to be awkward for the Treasury because a dog ate $7.3 billion of their homework or more.
And Mr. Lyon, just a point of clarification on that as well. In terms of the documents that are referred to in attachments by Mr. Mitter, is that 247 as part of the document pile that you've provided, that letter?
The 11.
There's a range of letters over time from Treasury.
Okay.
Let me just check.
But in terms of that specific email that started the chain, which was the email from Mr. Mitter, was that attaching 247?
I think so, but again...
That strikes me. It's
Seems
an
to
11
be.
November letter.
Yes.
From
Yeah, that would be correct.
from Sam Mitter.
That would be correct, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning to you, Mr. Lyon. Thank you very much for coming today. I know you were very quiet, but thank you nonetheless. Just before we leave that email number 266 is the one I'm looking at. Given that Transport was your client, not Treasury, when we look at those words, you have a partner who, quote, refuses to take counsel and is out of control, end quote. Take counsel, do you interpret that to mean take instructions from Mr. Pratt?
Yes. Or from partners within KPMG who were acting for Treasury. And this is fundamentally the problem, Ms. Boyd. KPMG ended up being in every single part and ended up being in conflict against itself. Unfortunately, I found myself in the unpopular part of the team that was doing what I think is think of as the legitimate and best efforts that we could do to answer the problems we were given. But it's very difficult when senior partners have made commitments that they can produce or support outcomes that are not able to be produced or supported ultimately. And I think that might be where the Auditor General, I certainly heard her statements the other night in the estimates. I certainly think that the issues that I raised, you'll note all of the internal turmoil in the papers about when I listed TAHI as being a fiscal risk in the risk register I was required to provide. You'll see all of the responses within KPMG, the direct emails from Treasury, KPMG accepting wording changes to project risk registers sent directly by Treasury. This is highly inappropriate. I was not working for Treasury. KPMG as a firm accepted an engagement and it then took on conflicting engagement after conflicting engagement. It did it knowingly, in my view, and it did it because it had made commitments at a senior level that it was going to be able to produce things that other accounting firms said would not be able to be produced.
Thank you. So out of control in that context is effectively an assertion that KPMG had lost control of one of their partners.
I think it was an assertion of, yeah. I think it was Mr. Pratt.
Acting against.
Yeah. I think what Mr. Pratt was expressing is his consternation that KPMG was not doing exactly as instructed, even in its work for another partner. For another entity. And so I think that's pretty obvious. He was never my client. He was a stakeholder in it. I was engaged directly by Transport and directly through, and quite unusually through, Cabinet's decision in June, which specifically references us having to do those two tasks, to do an operating model that's capable of passing independent safety review and to develop a detailed and sophisticated financial model. We did both of those things. We did them extremely well. The firm was forced, and you'll see again that all of the work that we produced was signed off as a final deliverable of KPMG. It went through every level of rigour and assurance internally, a higher level indeed, because very powerful people within the firm did not want that work published or certainly wanted it changed. So I guess we were in the unhappy position again of having signed a contract, given our word to a client that we would do our best efforts. And it's very clear that Mr. Pratt felt that he had the level of control over KPMG's senior leadership that he could do as he pleased. If you look through correspondence before that, you'll see, as I said, ongoing attempts to remove, to consolidate an instruction from Treasury saying that they had now agreed with Transport that my work would cease, that there would be one report from KPMG only. You'll see the responses from Rod Staples and Fiona Trussell of Transport saying that is absolute nonsense and KPMG will be expected to deliver the work that I was contracted and selected to do. So again, I think KPMG has let itself end up in a position where it has the same level of internal control that one might have with a bad case of gastroenteritis. They have ended up with conflicts all over the place, and as a result, I was put through the mincer, but I don't feel I had a choice. It was either do as I'd said, or it was sell out. And once you've sold out and changed your results on instructions from someone powerful, you've lost your credibility as a professional after that. So I don't feel I could do that.
And it would have been unethical, wouldn't it?
Highly unethical.
Did your client ever express?
Question before I pass back. Did you speak with Mr. Staples about this? Was this? Did you talk to him about the bullying that you felt you were experiencing from Mr. Pratt?
Many times you'll see that I reported it consistently to people within KPMG. Nothing was done. It was acknowledged. You'll see all the hollow thanks from partners senior partners after I completed my work, noting all the complexity and the unpleasantness, and then you'll see the flurry of formal investigations and allegations that I'd bullied Miss Watson, including by referring to words like ethics and so on. So again, I'd encourage you to read those, and it'll give you a flavour of how it was.
Mr. Graham.
Do you believe Staples lost his job because of this conflict?
Well,
it's not a question I could answer, Miss Boyd. It's one I do understand, and I did speak to Mr. Staples when I received the subpoena the other day. I gave him a call, also let KPMG and gave a couple of members of the committee a ring as well. I am aware that he's likely to be called at some point. I'd encourage you to direct it to him. I didn't have visibility of really the political discussions. I was really just exposed to Mr. Pratt and the people who worked for him and the senior partners, including the current CEO that worked for Mr. Pratt.
Mr. Graham has a question.
Great, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Lyon, for your evidence. I just wanted to go to the question of what were Transport's concerns with this arrangement. I'm looking at your document number 297, where you're saying this was early on in the process. Transport for New South Wales felt unable to support TAHI at that time because no safe operating model had ever been developed.
Yes. Yeah, and the intention of Treasury, the intention of Mr. Pratt at that time was to move a cabinet submission that established TAHI with full control and full control over the railways, all the rest. Transport, and again, you should ask Mr. Staples or others about the direct discussions with Mr. Pratt, but it was certainly my professional view that without an operating model, you cannot hand over control of a public railway that moves millions of people when you don't know who's in charge of what.
And at times that was you say a vigorous battle. At 294, you say TFNSW and New South Wales Treasury then had a vigorous battle over the substance of a cabinet minute, with TFNSW insisting on the inclusion of risks identified in our report and also a return to Cabinet in October.
That's correct.
Just give us any more detail on that particular.
So
moment?
my view is that senior transport officials would have resigned rather than accept the position that Treasury were in moving up to June. Treasury were frantic because they were very worried about last year's audit having done nothing to get TAHI ready, and now sort of facing the prospect of having to urgently switch it on.
And
you
your
mean the Auditor General's report from
Yes.
2020?
And you're specific about some of those risks or at 293, where you say this. In particular, the Treasury Secretary was reportedly furious over the inclusion of case studies on the Glenbrook, Waterfall and Hatfield rail disasters in New South Wales.
Yep, that was
and the
communicated
UK,
to me
respectively.
directly by Mr Hunter of KPMG. He rang me. I was sailing my boat down the channel in the middle of a storm and I got a call from Mr Hunter telling me that Mr Pratt had expressed extreme anger at the inclusion of case studies around safety. Again, my client was transport. The issue was to look at whether TAHI was ready to be switched on 30 June, 1 July last year. The answer to that is clearly no. You've seen the report with the more than 1,000 tasks, the incredibly boring, racy allocations that we had to go through. It's a very complex system, public rail, and in my view, I think senior transport officials would have resigned rather than accept where Treasury were at last year.
You say Mr Hunter conveyed the extreme anger of Mr Pratt. What can you recall the words he used to convey that?
I can't. It was a lengthy phone call. He was saying that, and that led to the formation the next day of this conflict group that he created to sort of...
But you do recall it being specifically about these case studies in relation to Glenbrook, Waterfall and Hatfield, and you go on to say, in each case, financially motivated structural reform was found to be a major contributing factor to the loss of life in those rail accidents.
Yes.
Right. Thank you.
Ms Lyon, that really gets the nub of one of your core concerns, isn't it? That producing an operating model without understanding how it would impact on rail safety and how something as important as the rail network would operate was plain reckless.
So I think where Treasury were at in April, May and June last year was highly dangerous. I think they had lost sight of what matters with the public rail system, and it was all to do with the net fiscal presentation of the budget. And we have to remember this is all largely about a non-cash expense. And if we summarise what we found in the financial model, because the asset size is much bigger than Treasury had modelled previously, the financials of it don't work. It's just too expensive, and what they've done is turned non-cash expenses on the budget into cash expenses on the budget. Cash expenses on the budget.
I'm trying to understand from your professional perspective the intervention of Mr Pratt in November of last year, asking you to rewrite what was by that stage a finalised report.
Yes.
Is that right?
That's correct.
And Mr Pratt, having come from Treasury, being the head of Treasury, wasn't even your client.
That's correct.
From an ethical point of view, have you seen that behaviour before? Having a finalised report been directed to be rewritten?
Never seen the behaviours that I saw from Mr Pratt, Mr Mitter or Ms Wilkinson ever before in the public sector. In fact, at the very front, I include a contemporaneous set of notes about a call I made to Mr Pratt, in which I outlined a range of views around the professionalism of the Treasury over TAHI.
Yeah. I note as well in the documents there's another email, it's 191, where you're raising concerns with a series of your partners, and you're relaying the fact that in September of 2020, it appeared the then Premier was raising questions about Treasury's behaviour.
That's correct. That's some contemporaneous notes that I sent around internally. Again, I was constantly trying to give people at KPMG a very express sense of the risk and the risk to the firm and also the conflicted position that they were in, and was constantly trying to give them a sense that this was an internal fight within government. These are contemporaneous notes that I circulated. Sorry, Chair.
Yeah. No, sorry, Mr. Lyon. I didn't mean to in any way limit your answer to that. But this was a very important contract for KPMG. Do you know what the value to the firm was?
Of which contract?
Well, first of all, the contract with transport.
So I think my engagement was about $1 million in total.
Yep.
I think probably the more material issues for KPMG would be, or certainly my view of the material issues for them would be the impact of all of the other work they do for transport. But I've subsequently learned they are doing an enormous volume of work for Treasury, and that has continued to increase. So it's clear that certainly the powerful partners within the firm are very aligned to Treasury.
And they'd made effectively a bargain with Treasury that they would somehow get TAHI to work.
Yes.
And would provide the backing to do that.
Yes.
And the problem with your advice was you pointed out how problematic that was.
Yes.
And then they basically dropped you like a gun.
Yes.
Chair, I might pick up just from where you left off. The Chair referred to an email on page 191, which, as you say, contemporaneous notes you had that you emailed on Thursday the 24th of September 2020, correct?
Correct.
You can turn to page 146, do you mind?
Yep.
This is an email that you received from Mr. Hunter. He sends it to you on Sunday the 13th of September 2010, 7:47 p.m. You see that at the top?
Yep.
And he CCs it to yourself and various other people in the firm, including Mr. Heathcote, Mr. Linke, Mr. Watson. You see that?
Yeah, and Mr. Yates, yes.
And you see that this appears to be minutes of a meeting,
Yep.
or at least an update. You see that?
Yes, I do.
I'm just going to read now from the second paragraph. And it says, this is on the 13th of September, which is 11 days prior to the other email that the Chair referred you to.
Yes.
From the second paragraph, I was working in Treasury on Thursday and had face-to-face meetings with San and Mike, further discussions with San on Friday, and Mike called this evening as well. I have also spoken with Joel, David, Andrew and Paul on Friday over the weekend. This note outlines summary of key feedback and recommended steps I have discussed and agreed with David, Paul and with Mike and San. I presume that David and Paul is David Heathcote and Paul is
Paul Lowe, the KPMG's head of government.
Mike is Mike Pratt and San is San Mither.
That's correct.
It says 1, Premier meeting. On Friday, a meeting with the Premier, which at that time was Ms. Berejiklian, correct?
Correct.
Treasurer, which at that time was Mr. Perrottet.
Correct.
Secretary of DPC, which is identified as Tim Reardon.
Yes.
And Secretary of Treasury, Mike Pratt, attending.
Yes.
Were you at that meeting?
I was not.
So you were receiving this email as a way in which Mr. Hunter to inform you as to what took place?
Yes.
And it says TAHI was discussed. Everyone was well across the challenges, but also imperative. Yes, you see that? And it says equally, the Premier was unequivocal that TAHI will go ahead, as was Tim. Both wanted to accelerate work, including the ERC sub. I presume that's a reference to the Expenditure Review Committee submission.
I would believe so, yes.
Yep. And then there seems to be italicised, which is commentary. This isn't a surprise. We've always expected strong endorsement and resolve to proceed with government policy to implement TAHI. You see that?
Yes.
And then it says, paragraph 2 goes through the dot points, approach to finalise ER submission and the TAHI operating model, which sets out the next steps, correct?
Correct.
And so the remaining parts of the email are really just matters arising, is that fair?
Yes.
So to be clear here, 13th September 2020, that's prior to you finalising your report, but not too much further.
Yes.
And it's clear here that the Premier informs a meeting that you're not attending that she's unequivocal that TAHI will go ahead, as was Tim. Did you conclude that part of the behaviour that you were then treated to arose as a result of the Premier's unequivocal position that TAHI will go ahead?
Again, I couldn't comment on that. I think that I think it's very likely that Mr Pratt and his colleagues have been under an enormous degree of pressure because this is quite a material issue to the budget. I wouldn't be surprised if any Premier would say something like, this has to be fixed.
Of course.
What I would expect is that a bureaucrat would not then breach, in my view, both ethics and potentially lawful behaviours to achieve something that's not achievable.
I think Mr Khan just has a clarification question at this point.
Yeah. So, again, this is not a interference running exercise. Point 3 on that email numbered 146.
Yep.
KPMG involvement. I reinforced to both San and Mike this evening, we have the most knowledgeable and experienced team involved in TAHI. I take that's a reference to you, at least in part.
In part, but he carries on to basically say that, and he also emails the Treasury and everybody else to basically say, I've been replaced off the engagement by a second partner.
Well, that's what I was coming to. If you turn over the page, we've discussed further last week and agreed with Sam that we would provide further second partner support. Would you like to explain what the second partner support is?
So it's really not a thing, Mr. Khan. Second partner is an internal position. It's usually not particularly prominent, and it's the person that you use to sort of cross-check your work and so on. Yep, it certainly was not anything other than an attempt by Mr Hunter to discredit me, to suggest that, and you'll see again through the correspondence, Treasury suggesting and then it being rejected each time by Transport, but suggesting to KPMG that there would be a single report, that it would be Heather that did it. This was another attempt, and you'll see my response that I...
Response is 147. Is that right?
Yep, this is unacceptable, James. Yep, that's the one.
Sent 10 minutes after the lengthy email.
Yes.
Right. So the battle was on at that point.
The battle started from the start, and it started from the start because no one told me that KPMG had already promised an answer at, as it turned out, the most senior levels. I don't promise an answer on something like TAHI. It's very complex. It takes a long time to get to grips with, and it was very complex to model. It was very complex to reach the assumptions. So I think the battle was on from the very start, and it was extraordinary that a whole range of prior works that KPMG had done were not disclosed. We discovered them as we went through, but it became very clear to me that I was in an unwinnable position. And again, I had to choose between my own professional ethics and my partnership at KPMG, and I chose accordingly.
And just to...
And then I'll go to Scott, and then it's a document I'd like to...
I just had one question. I didn't finish.
We'll come back to you.
The question is this, because it's arisen a number of times. I've never worked in a large firm, so...
Congratulations.
Small firms that I worked or ran, if you got a conflict, you just flicked one or other of the punters, or perhaps in many cases both.
Yep.
But we know in the large firms, they talk about this concept of Chinese walls. Where were the Chinese walls in this exercise?
I suspect they were more Japanese walls because they were highly porous and papery, and you will see the fact that the most conflicted partner in the firm, James Hunter, the one who'd sold this to Treasury, established himself as the overseer of a conflict management group, really shows that from the get-go, this was not properly structured. It was an improper state of affairs, and I think it reflects incredibly poorly on KPMG's internal controls. I think it reflects incredibly poorly on their HR department and its leadership, and particularly on its ethics and risk division. I mean, this is really embarrassing for KPMG. It's humiliating for Treasury because they've got it so wrong, but it's embarrassing for KPMG because they didn't have the moral strength to say no to one or the other. They tried to back two horses, or put another way, they put two crabs in a cup and waited to see which one would emerge alive.
Indeed. What really, if we accept what you say, or if the committee accepts what you say, is KPMG failed its client?
100%. KPMG has set up the New South Wales government to fail because it has promised things that it cannot deliver. and, clearly the scrutiny that's coming from audit. I mean, all of the things that I was subject to, opprobrium, discipline, active management, conflict management, whatever you want to call, they're all the things I heard the Auditor General say the other night are major concerns. So I feel like we did our work well, we did it professionally, we did it under an incredible degree of inappropriate pressure from a whole range of places. But again, we didn't have much choice, Mr. Khan. Once we'd signed that contract, once we'd given our word to do our work professionally, we had no choice but to do it.
Mr. Fowler, I think has a question of clarification.
Yes, just in terms of what's out there in that email from Mr. Hunter, there's the suggestion that there's two partners both for your work or the work that you're engaged for Transport for New South Wales and also for Treasury's work, is that correct?
Yes.
And so that would be an additional partner with Miss Watson, is that correct? Okay. And did this ever come to fruition or was it stopped in terms of the internal machination?
No, so the second partner exists. They exist on all, and Paul Lowe. So on my initial engagement...
Paul Lowe was your second partner, is that correct?
So initially, my second partner was Heather Watson.
Okay.
After she declared that she had no conflict. So she was originally the second partner on the work for Transport. I reported her in the second week to risk because it became very clear that she was trying to sabotage the work. She was removed as my second partner and replaced by Paul Lowe, who's Queensland-based and the head of government. I only have good things to say about Mr. Lowe. Ultimately, he and Mr. Heathcote were wholly ineffectual in their promises to protect me and their reassurances that I was supported by the firm and doing the right thing. Nonetheless, both of those gentlemen showed a degree of decency that I didn't see from the others.
And so then there was a second partner that was allocated or was already pre-existing with Ms. Watson?
King.
Okay.
He is Miss Watson's boss in her accounting team, and they both report to Mr. Yates, or did both report to Mr. Yates then as the head of the audit division, who's now the CEO of the firm.
Ms. Boyd has a question of clarification. Then I'll briefly ask you about one document, then I'll hand you back to Mr. Mookie. That's fine. Ms. Boyd.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Just wanted to clarify in relation to a conflict of interest issue. So I used to work in large law firms, and we very clearly had technological, communications and even physical barriers when we were working on both sides or on, with multiple parties on the same transaction. Was it the case in relation to this particular transaction or this particular bit of work?
I think it's right to characterise it as a transaction. It's the largest thing that happened last year. It was a $40 billion corporation that got created. So transaction is not a bad way to think of it.
Okay, so with this transaction, was there an agreement with both clients that there would be some cross-communication, or is this a standard process in accounting firms?
So initially, that was the intent. As it became clear, and you'll note all sorts of emails back and forth between Rod Staples and senior partners in the firm and Fiona Trussell, the same. As it went on, you'll see very direct instructions from Transport that none of the conflicted partners, and particularly James Hunter, were to be given access, and you will see the repeated attempts to get access improperly. You will see the emails between me and James Hunter where he sort of verbaled and pressured me to produce Transport's confidential information to Treasury in breach of a non-disclosure agreement, and you'll see that Transport actively and directly and by name rejected the inclusion of those individuals, James Hunter, Heather Watson, etc., from access to their information because of their view of the highly improper state of affairs and the high degree of demonstrated conflict that KPMG were in.
Mr. Lyon, would you object to us forwarding these documents to the Auditor General?
I would not.
Could I ask you to have a look at...
Well, they're really within our gift now, seeing they're produced under summons.
But
I know you asked Mr. Lyon,
Yes.
but I think it's not his call.
No. Could I ask you just about the document on 142?
Yes.
As I understand your evidence, it was becoming apparent to you, at least by September, if not earlier, that this was a reverse engineering exercise.
Yes.
The decision had been made.
Decision-based evidence making is what it's called.
Yeah. So regardless of the risks, regardless of the concerns, you're going to get this. The direction to your firm is basically make it happen.
Yes.
This is an email from Michael Pratt on the 13th of September 2020. It's at 2:17 p.m. To yourself and to San Mitter and CCing in Rod Staples
And Bruce Morgan.
And Paul Lowe. And it references an earlier note, and then he says, our collective responsibility, Treasury, Transport and the TAHI Board, coming out of the ERC July approval, is to return to ERC in October with an agreed operating model. This is not about whether or not we do, whether we do or do not progress TAHI, we are.
Exclamation mark.
Yeah. That really confirms that this was that reverse engineering exercise, doesn't it?
100%.
And you responded to that. Do you want to indicate what happened after that?
Yes, so I received the email. I wrote back. I said that it was nice to hear from the secretary, given nearly all of the communications were from him to James Hunter and so on. At least he'd communicated directly for a change. I said I didn't agree that Mr. Mitter's email was a good summary, that I'd told him that it wasn't a good summary. I told him that we were going through the detailed process of understanding what TAHI does and putting in place a cure plan for risks that came out of it. I also raised with him that, I said quite, and I'll read from it, as with other points over the past few months, some of your people thought calls to complain to my partners about a supposed lack of professionalism was an appropriate response. I understand there's a lot riding on TAHI for all involved, but it is not helpful or a professional way to respond to a thorough draft. Yeah. Mike, I think it would be good to get together in person to discuss TAHI. I will send a formal meeting request to your EA tomorrow. I would also appreciate if you and Bruce, that's the now chairman, would communicate to your relevant staff to maintain appropriate professional courtesies toward me and my team in meetings and to respond professionally to drafts related to the cabinet process. This is a complex job that is being made harder, not easier by TAHI and Treasury at the moment. Thank you for responding, and I regret I could not be more positive on such a warm spring day.
A very polite pushback, Mr. Lyon.
Just to close that questioning out, Mr. Pratt sent you that email on Sunday the 13th of September at 2:17, correct?
Yes.
And you replied at 3:27 p.m, correct?
Yes.
Did that meeting ever take place?
No.
Okay.
I had my PA start requesting meetings. She requested one a day for about 3 days until Mr. Pratt wrote back and said he's not seeking a meeting.
Okay. Can we just return back, just to, after all the points of clarification, just back to the document on page 146, if you don't mind, which is the Premier meeting, which takes place with Ms. Berejiklian, Mr. Perrottet, Mr. Reardon and Mr. Pratt. One omission that is startling there, do you have any explanation as to, or made any inquiries about why Mr. Staples wasn't at that meeting?
I assume that Mr. Staples would have been there, but I hadn't noted or remarked on that before, so perhaps he was not.
And you have no understanding why not?
No, I mean, the main thing that I read from this email is actually section 2, which is effectively James Hunter saying he is about to change all of the reports that are coming out of KPMG because he agreed it with Mike.
Okay. So when you say that, is that what you mean? Is that what you mean by .1 and .2? Mike indicated to Bruce Morgan, which is helpfully identified as a TAHI chair, and the TAHI board. Mike indicated Bruce Morgan and the TAHI board will be more involved in the weeks ahead. Then Mr. Hunter, I indicated we needed to change the approach of TM&SW leading and writing and others reviewing and criticising file notes and reports. So that means basically Mr. Hunter was taking away or suggested that Transport should lose the ability to author its own report.
Yes.
Okay, that's what the reference is, right?
Yes.
Just to close out on this document.
Well, in fact, and there's more correspondence that follows it, but what Treasury were trying to do was to force KPMG to say there will now be a single report. It will be under the control of Mr. Hunter and Ms. Watson. That it would be consolidated. You'll see the responses from Transport repeatedly saying we want what we.
Let him finish.
I was just going to ask. You mean?
But I think Mr. Lyon.
Just let me ask a question.
Let him finish.
I think Mr. Lyon had not finished his answer, Daniel.
Oh, sorry.
The reference I was going to ask, when you said transport, was you're referring specifically to Mr. Staples resisted that as an option, correct?
Yes.
Hence the
Look,
clarity.
I don't raise the issue. I don't raise the issue that what Mr. Mookie is doing in his follow-up question is wrong.
Right.
But the witness is entitled to complete his answer
No,
for all of us.
I agree. And I think, Daniel, no, everybody thinks your questions are valid and relevant.
Yeah, okay.
It's just, if just wait for Mr. Lyon to finish, because we're here to hear from Mr. Lyon, and B, it's best for hands
Take
up.
your
But we're all,
advice in the spirit of
no one's trying to stop your questioning.
Indeed. Can we just turn to quickly, just to close this out? On page 147, you made positive references.
Just before Mr. Mookie continues, if it's okay, could I clarify, there was only going to be one report?
Well, so this was Treasury. So when I say Treasury, I don't mean the other hundreds of fine professionals that work in that organisation. When I'm referring to Treasury and this evidence, I'm talking about Mike Pratt, Sam Mitter and Cassandra Wilkinson in particular.
And did that answer your question, Peter?
So just to clarify that further, so it was Treasury's Mike Pratt, Sam Mitter, Cassandra Wilkinson's view that there would be one report.
Yep, it was their view, and they kept pushing that to KPMG. There's emails from Sam saying it's all been agreed, and then there's emails back from Transport saying that is absolutely untrue. We expect KPMG to deliver on what it contracted with us to do. And then later there was a new scope of work taken on to directly contradict our work. There's quite a high degree of correspondence then between Transport and KPMG's senior partners, again about the conflict, the ongoing accelerating conflict.
Were always on the basis it would remain with Transport?
100%. Transport expected. In fact, Transport were required by Cabinet to return with an operating model, not Treasury. The Cabinet decision, Cabinet minute in June, says that Transport for New South Wales will lead the development of an operating and financial model in consultation with Treasury, because the truth, or the truth is not the right way to describe modelling, because the detailed modelling didn't support the numbers and revealed a whole range of errors. Treasury were continually trying to take control of it. They were continually trying to remove the
embarrassment.
The embarrassment, yeah. And when that wouldn't be removed, I became the embarrassment, and they wanted to have me removed instead.
I'm now going to go back to Mr. Mookie and give him some nice clear air to finalise this line of questioning.
Just as we defined who specifically you were referring to in Treasury as Mr. Pratt, Mr. Mitter and Ms. Wilkinson, when you refer to Transport pushed back, are you making a reference to Rod Staples, Secretary, and Fiona Trussell, Deputy Secretary?
Yes.
Great. Thank you. Just to close out this line of questioning, on 147, you made positive references to Paul Lowe, but on this email, Mr. Hunter communicates to Sam Mitter at 7:33 p.m. An email, which the only relevant part I want to ask you about is it says there on sort of midway through, just after the LinkedIn reference to Mr. Lowe, which I presume
Sorry,
is...
which page are we on?
On page 147.
147, yep.
It says here, Paul is well known to Tim Reardon and has been EQCR for 2 months and is across the TAHI issues. You see that?
Yes.
I infer from that it was important to KPMG to nominate a person who was well known to the DPC head.
I don't know whether it was important to... I don't know if it was important in reality or it was more just the usual name-dropping that happens within big firms.
Fair enough. But either way, the implication here is that Mr. Reardon was paying some attention to this.
I would say Mr. Reardon would have been paying an extreme amount of attention. I mean, this is material to the budget. It's tens of billions of dollars. And so I would be very surprised if... I mean, Mr. Reardon was the Transport Secretary when TAHI was formed. I don't think he was probably a fan of it then. But again, you change jobs and you change perspectives. If I was the Secretary of DPC, I would be furious at a Treasury Secretary who brought in this level of error. And if I was the Transport Secretary, if I was the Treasury Secretary, I would probably be very motivated to try and make it true. And I think that's what we've seen. It's just that the systems and controls haven't worked to control that.
Mr. Lyons, one of the questions that was, to be fair, arising from a line of questioning that was 20 minutes ago was about Treasury's insistence that you change the report, despite them not being your client.
Yes.
Do you recall? Just on that, in terms of your client accepted the work, correct?
Not only accepted the work, was very impressed by the technical complexity. There was full agreement. So again, the financial model that Treasury keeps saying had errors in it, the only errors that were in it, from their point of view, was the answer.
And so Transport never instructed you to make any alteration to the key section around fiscal impacts?
Quite the reverse, Mr. Mookie.
And
they felt that it was incredibly important that they respond honestly to the Cabinet's request. And I note that after my report was finalised, it went through the Cabinet as an attachment, as did Ms Watson's competing work that found differently to ours.
Can I just table and provide to the witness a document that has been I've obtained?
Is this a new document?
It is.
Right.
If we didn't have enough already.
That one. Again, to the witness statement. Sorry, that's the chair. Sorry, I didn't make copies. You see that is a letter from Mr. Pratt to Mr. Staples on the 11th of November 2020.
Yes.
You might want to just take a minute to digest it, Ms Lyon.
I think the key section is the last paragraph of the first page.
Yeah, that's been in the paper a bit, that one. Yep.
You have my copy of it, but Mr. Pratt tells Mr. Staples that as a result, it's, well, perhaps could you read this last paragraph for us?
Look, I don't want to be rude, but is this the witness to be doing this?
Well, what I might ask is,
Referencing
I'm
it.
sure, I'm going to ask Mr Mookie to bring it back to what this witness can add, but I'm sure we'll get there, so we'll give Mr Mookie the ability to do that.
Read the relevant section which refers to you.
Yep. We do not see value in expending further time addressing these persistent errors. In the absence of Mr Lyon amending his report and deleting all references to Treasury and fiscal advice, and we have requested him to do so, we will provide fiscal advice to accompany the submission that supports our forward estimates. These fiscal issues have been addressed by KPMG Finance and Accounting Partner Heather Watson in her report. We have determined preliminary approaches to each of these challenges which inform the FIS table, which is the financial impact statement table.
I think that's the relevant section.
Yep.
So that is... Mr. Midhard made the earlier request to you almost identical in the letter that we discussed earlier, correct?
Yes.
And you refused, correct?
Yes.
And then from that, we can infer that Mr. Pratt then didn't ask Mr. Staples, but instead told Mr. Staples that he was now effectively going to submit an alternative report to Cabinet, correct?
Yes.
And is that after Transport resisted Treasury's attempt to merge the reports?
Yes.
Were you aware that such a letter was sent?
I was, because I got one that was almost identically the same. I forwarded it to, I think from memory, again, I don't have access to my old emails, but I'm pretty sure I forwarded it immediately to Rod Staples and Fiona Trussell.
Did you provide Mr. Staples and or Ms. Trussell advice as to how they should respond?
Well, no, I didn't provide them.
You forwarded it. Well, you basically drew to the attention that it was identical to a letter request that you had received.
I'd sent it to them. I sent the letter I received to them because it was absolutely germane and relevant to the ongoing pressure to change the results in work that was being done for Transport for New South Wales. And again, I think you could ask Mr. Staples when you see him, but they were very supportive of the work. I guess the key points, probably the key point where everything stopped was when Ms. Watson's contradictory report came out. And at that point, the Cabinet process stopped because, as Transport said, we do not know what numbers to put in because we have two different reports saying two different things from one firm. That was when Mr. Heathcote wrote his clarifying letter, which said that the firm stood by the modelled results and that it was the most complex operating model work done to date.
Sorry, Daniel, you asked a question and you left one out, in a sense.
I let the witness answer the question if it happened.
Well, no.
I'll go to you,
There was
Mr.
another
Gunn,
one.
if you have a question.
Mr. Lyon, if you sent on the almost identical letter to Mr. Staples and co, did you get a response?
I don't think so. I spoke to them. I was down in Woomera actually at the time working on another working on another.
We shouldn't ask what that is. But
Yes, working on another engagement. I remember speaking to Mr. Staples from there. I don't think we emailed back and forth. It was really just giving, because there was so much incoming interference from Treasury all of the time, and they were facing the pressure of needing to get an operating model that worked, but tell the truth to the Cabinet around the financial performance of it, because ultimately, the costs are the costs are the costs. We spoke about it. I think in the end, the request from Transport was there must be a clarification from KPMG about what these two different figures mean. On the one hand, you've got a report saying that it's all sweet, and on the other hand, you've got a report that's saying it's quite bitter, actually. And Transport wanted to know whether they'd wasted their $1 million or not, and they wanted to know which numbers to take forward. Again, I compliment Mr. Heathcote.
I just interrupt and get you to go back a step. And if you spoke to Mr. Staples from Woomera, are you able to say what he said to you?
I can't really remember. I think we were remarking.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was basically about the fact that they needed to get a figure to put into the Cabinet submission. All of the discussions at that time, remembering that, the operating model sections of my report had been sort of completed, circulated, all of the rest. It was really this fight around the representation and modelling of what would happen once TAHI switches on. And so most of the discussions were really about trying to manage the ongoing incoming interference, allegations, everything else from Treasury as they tried to sort of confuse the issue and avoid the embarrassment, I guess, of having to tell the Cabinet that they'd made some material errors.
Well, pass the torch back to Mr.
Well, no, Mr. Graham has been waiting patiently, so
I think I'm happy to let Mr. Mookie continue, and then
well, I have a short question too. So, if Mr. Mookie, if you want to finish this line of questioning, then Mr. Graham, then myself.
Just can we turn to page 254 of your table documents? You see that this is an email you send to Mr. Staples, Ms. Trussell, you CC to Mr. Heathcote and Mr. Lowe, in which you're providing advice to Mr. Staples as the appropriate way to respond to a letter he's received from New South Wales Treasury, correct?
So no, this is a draft of a clarifying letter to Transport. So by this point,
got it. Yes.
So by this point in time, my assurances as a partner of KPMG were not enough because demonstrably I was not able to hold the firm to its outputs. They wanted confirmation from a senior national executive member. This was the draft of what would satisfy Transport to be able to, with confidence, put the numbers in the Cabinet submission and go and return to Cabinet.
So I infer from that Mr. Staples had rejected effectively the invitation that was provided to him by Mr. Pratt in the letter I just referred to you to withdraw your report. And instead,
yes.
He took further steps to ensure that this advice was provided to Cabinet.
Yes.
Correct. Thank you. Yeah.
Mr. Graham.
Great. Thank you, Chair. You made reference to Mr. James Hunter as being one of the main sources of work for KPMG from Treasury.
Yes.
And that was in part due to the relationship with Mr. Pratt.
By his own statement. By his own,
what he claimed about his relationship with Mr.
No, Mr. Hunter has said all sorts of things. Says he regularly goes around to Mr. Pratt's house. Every time you talk to him, he's just been with Mike Pratt. He changed his email signature to Cabinet in Confidence for a period of time until it made him look a little bit silly. He is very, very, very close indeed to Mr. Pratt. I believe that to be true. It's an issue that's remarked on by the officials within the Treasury, and certainly he's been something of a rainmaker from what I can work out in terms of Treasury contracts.
And when you say a rainmaker, to what you've talked about the potential value of this contract, but just give us some sense of the scale.
So I'm not really sure because, again, I've never done work for Treasury, but
Understood.
as I understand it, there's whole divisions of KPMG doing work on tax reform stuff and COVID stuff, and I certainly hear from other Big Four firms that they view Treasury as pretty much a KPMG shop. So I don't know what the volume of money is. I'm sure it's reported somewhere and you could have a look.
Thank you.
But it is definitely a very important relationship within KPMG, more so than transport as it turned out.
Yeah.
And I would say that that's that strength of relationship.
How often would Mr Hunter physically work from the Treasury offices?
I think he lives there. I'm not sure.
He's the El Nina partner.
I might just turn to the document 49 that refers to the engagement with the Audit Office, and this is a note of yours. It says, below is the latest email from the Audit Office. This points to a further deterioration in the likelihood of KPMG's accounting advice passing audit. And I'll briefly summarise the Audit Office's concerns in that attachment. They relate to, has a revised timetable been determined by Treasury about the transition plan? Does Treasury and the ABS need to revisit the classification of TAHI as a commercial entity? Is it for-profit or not-for-profit? What financial modelling supports that and its commercial returns? That's the nature of the Audit Office's concerns. Would you agree with that?
Yes, and if it's the one I'm thinking of, it's one of the, it's not, but certainly in one of the other emails from the Audit Office, it's bolded, underlined and in red, so it shows that I've never seen an Audit Office be that firm before.
They had serious concerns. That's
very obviously.
Yeah. In this document, 49, you go on to suggest, I'll quote this part to you, San suggested, I take it that's Mr Midhar,
Yep.
not responding to the Audit Office at all. A long-term Treasury officer, who I won't name them, put another view, he suggested that the email was a very clear indication that the New South Wales Audit Office appear to view this as the year to tell the truth on TAHI, or similar words.
Yes.
He further ventured a view that not responding would likely see rapid action by the New South Wales Audit Office to reclassify or qualify the state's accounts. How concerned were they in the...
There was a huge degree of concern, particularly amongst the transport officials who had to sign off and attest to the bona fides of the accounts. So I don't think any of the finance staff at Transport for New South Wales would like to have the transport accounts qualified. It was a huge issue of reputation for the finance colleagues, and so it was obviously a very real issue for them. For the Treasury office is a much more real issue, because I assume that there'll be career defining, a bit like TAHI has been career defining for me in my relationship with KPMG. I suspect that some Treasury officers might find it career defining for them under inquiry.
And you referred to the transport accounts, but this view, as you recall, well, as your note at the time recalls, it was not about the transport accounts, but actually about reclassifying or qualifying the state's accounts.
That's right.
Altogether. I might finally just ask you about document 132. I think your view about Mr Staples and the committee putting any questions they've got to him directly is a very sensible one. So I don't want to encourage you to comment on this at all, but I do want to draw your attention to document 132 on Thursday, 10 September 2020, where you recalled a call from Rod Staples, and in one dot point, you recall him saying, warned me that TAHI, and particularly the most exposed Treasury official, are starting to play the man on him and on me.
That is correct.
Yeah.
That started really from April or May. And again, at and by and for and on behalf of Mr Pratt, and particularly by Cassandra Wilkinson and San Midder. But again, I've never seen behaviours out of officials like I have out of those three.
And finally,
Mr Staples definitely warned me in a discussion that they were beginning to really go after me personally.
I might just note that document 49 is was produced at Saturday, 25 July 2020.
And the reference to the TAHI needs to hit squad is 10 September 2020.
Sure.
And can you also just...
The TAHI Nista hit squad.
Sorry, we're just now talking over each other.
Sorry, Mr. Lyon.
Reasonably important.
When I said the TAHI Nista hit squads, what I meant was effectively the Mr Hunter, Ms Watson, as well as the three Treasury officials and as it turned out, almost everybody else in KPMG.
I just have a point of clarification on that document. My colleague took you to the conversation with Mr. Staples, but the reports here are a conversation with Mr. Peter Perdiccas at the bottom. You see that?
Yep.
Says that
So, and this is, I know,
132?
132.
Yeah. Noted that I am being targeted by all the guilty parties again like last time. Rang to make sure I was okay.
Yes.
So you had a conversation with Mr. Perdiccas?
Yes.
And he said to you that you were being targeted again?
Yes.
Did he say anything else?
I think that followed a meeting where I was basically yelled at, spoken over, humiliated. I mean, that happened every single week, every meeting we had with Treasury, that happened. So, but that was a particularly bad one. It was Cassandra Wilkinson. I understand Fiona Trussell rang her afterwards and expressed to her how inappropriate her behaviour was. And there were many times when Peter or Fiona or Rod would check in again because of their visibility of both the internal retributions and recriminations that were occurring, and their sorrow over the targeting of me by Treasury officials. So again, worth asking them about it, but it was quite a concerted campaign. Again, I guess it is sheep stations when you're talking about tens of billions of dollars on the budget, but it did make for a very involved period.
Mr. Lyon, I think that's an underestimation. It was. Could I ask you about the document at 140? On the at the bottom of that document, you'll see on the 11th of September last year, again just prior to this series of missives coming to you from Mr. Pratt. Mr. Perdiccas from Transport for New South Wales provides you with a PwC address that Transport had got earlier this year.
Yes.
And that made it clear that you weren't on an island in raising these concerns. Do you want to tell the committee about the PwC advice?
Yeah, I mean, the PwC advice was, I think, a very straightforward piece of work. It looked at the relevant accounting rules and it said that there is no way that TAHI on its current basis could work. And a little bit like my initial report, it said, really, if you're going to get to that, you're going to have to make it into a real corporation. That's not going to be rail. It's going to have to be all your assets. Otherwise, you're putting brakes in. So basically, they said you either corporatise your transport department and set it free. And by set it free, that means it decides what gets built, not cabinets, not anybody else. It's a corporation and it decides what gets built. That's obviously a very big change. It has some good precedent. Certainly the New Zealand Transit Authority for a time had a direct allocation of the Crown road tax to it so that it made decisions as an independent corporation with a revenue base and all of the rest. But I think it's probably a pretty big step that we haven't really done the preparation for. And as a result, PwC resolved the next best option was to close TAHI because it does not work.
And in fact, the TAHI model is kind of neither fish nor fowl. It holds all the assets of the rail, doesn't hold the balance of transport assets. It's subject to the direction of the government on major infrastructure.
Yep.
And really doesn't have an independence on how it gets income stream either.
I mean, the way I think about it is if it actually works for accounting rule purposes, then it definitely does not work for safety.
Do you want to expand on that a little?
So if TAHI actually has control over its assets, if it actually can make free choices, if it can actually decide the level of maintenance that gets spent on country rail versus everywhere else, for example, you're going to see different decisions made because it's not a profitable entity. It's there to provide a service that you cannot internalise the costs for. So, yeah, I guess it raises that inherent challenge where you're putting, if it works for the accounting rules where it has to make and visibly be able to make all of the decisions and all of the control, the experience would suggest you'll see a hollowing out of the assets because it's trying to make a commercial return in an unprofitable environment. And you also put in the brakes, break is the wrong word, you fracture the accountability of the people who are operating the network and know what is needed and when, and can manage the maintenance spend to keep it all safe and all of the rest, noting it's always underfunded, When you give it to a bunch of people, however well-intentioned, who are not driving the trains, not operating the track, and indeed one of the bigger problems is not even from the rail sector in large part, you have a misalignment. And you have a misalignment of drivers because the corporation's going to be asked about how it's performed and how it's made its returns and all of the rest. And in making those decisions, the experience is the assets get hollowed out, accountabilities get broken down. Noting that I was accused various times of using emotive or overly emotive language, I started referring to the consequence of it being an unscheduled overlap of the kinetic envelope of two trains. What I in fact meant is that if you run the asset down and if you break the accountabilities, the experience in Australia and elsewhere has been that you have rail tragedies.
Can I just follow that?
Well, I'll go to Ms. Boyd and then come back to you, unless it's directly on that point. Well, then, if you clarification, then straight to Ms. Boyd.
Clarify, when you talk about the fracture of the responsibility, it is your knowledge, is it not, that actually after Glen
Waterfall.
The Royal Commission or the Commission of Inquiry recommended that the two be merged.
100%.
And that structure prevailed from then onwards until TAHI was formed.
That's right. That is absolutely 100% the finding of McInerney's review, was that the accountabilities were broken once the rail system was fractured. It was done for a more honourable reason than hiding depreciation. It was a genuine attempt, I think, to get disciplines into the former State Rail Authority. Nonetheless, again, if you look at those thousands of tasks that we had to colour in boxes next to, there's a lot of things that happen on rail, and if a couple of them get forgotten or they fall between the cracks, then you can get some pretty tragic outcomes as a result. And again, that's what's been driving the transport officers the entire way through, is their focus on safety and no one wanting to be the person who agreed to bring back the pre-waterfall structure once again.
Mr. Lyon, could I ask your indulgence, if possible, to stay until 12:15? We're just a little late starting.
Yes.
If that's amenable to the committee. Yes.
No, it seems fair.
Ms. Boyd.
Thank you, Chair.
Chair,
Mr.
I
Lyon,
may
I just
have
wanted
to step out.
I guess round out a few issues just so that we don't need to call you again, I guess. I just wanted to check in terms of your background.
We've only just met, but I often have that impact on people.
So I understand that you started at KPMG in 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
And before that you were at Infrastructure Partnerships Australia for a considerable period of time.
About 13 years.
Were you doing accounting work during that time, or was that infrastructure and projects?
It was infrastructure policy, but a huge amount of infrastructure policy is focused on financing structures, and both good and bad. Noting again, and you would be aware of this from some of your career by the sound of it, but you know, they're very large capital items that are getting built and so on.
And you were also part of the Transport for New South Wales board at one point.
I was.
Is that right?
Yep.
How long was that for?
For the entirety of its existence, which was about 2.5 years or something, 3 years.
Yeah, okay. So when you joined KPMG, you did take already, I guess you I don't know if you took Transport for New South Wales as a client, but you at least had an established relationship with Transport for New South Wales.
Oh, very much. I mean, I guess the point I'd make, Ms. Boyd, is every single human that's involved in TAHI is someone I've known for a long period of time, with the exception of Mike Pratt and James Hunter, neither of whom I'd heard of until I joined KPMG and Mr. Pratt joined Treasury. I've known the former DPC secretary for I don't know how long, since he was a director at Deloitte, so maybe 20 years. I've known the current CEO who's joined TAHI. I've known her for 15 years. I mean, the stupidity, in my view, of what KPMG did was get into the middle of what is effectively a family fight between two departments and not have the maturity or the risk awareness to understand the difference between providing professional advice and dancing around the cabinet table and playing games. And ultimately, as you know, as the point was made before, I think they've served their client very badly, and I think the Treasury itself has served the Cabinet very badly, because we are where we are, where I'm turning up under compulsion when I'm trying to set up a new business and all of the rest, and where I don't have my old job anymore because of all of this. So TAHI is a bit of a toxic entity. It's got toxic people that sit around it, and it's certainly got some toxic consequences that are driving a lot of the behaviours that we've seen around it. I think it's a good old-fashioned stuff-up, and then it's been followed by a pretty awful conspiracy to try and make it true.
Just one final question from me, because I haven't been able to get a straight answer.
Oh, I've got a
Well,
couple.
actually, I have got an answer, but I don't. I'm not sure that it's the correct one from various government officials. The question is whether the structure of TAHI could impact on the credit ratings of the state. So whether we would end up with basically, would there be a risk
Of a downgrade?
to our credit rating? Yeah.
In my experience, Miss Boyd, and again, I'm not an accountant, I'm not a rating agency guy or anything else, but I'm reasonably familiar with what they do, because you might remember the wrapped bonds and covered bonds and all that stuff that used to go on. I mean, the reality is that about 60% of the metrics that are used are non-quant. They are qualitative. They're about the degree to which they believe the fiscal settings and policies and all of the rest. So I think Mr. Mitt is right when he says he can't exactly tell you whether it's going to impact the rating or not. My view would be that the rating agencies have probably not accepted TAHI's legitimacy as a for-profit corporation from the start, and probably on the state's ratings they see through it, and it's included on the liabilities, would be my guess. But if you rang Standard & Poor's, I'm sure they would be able to tell you. But they don't just reflect the accounting structures or the columns that Mr. Pratt's written things down in. They do, and particularly since the monoline AAA wraps and all of that stuff, they do have a bit more of a focus on looking through the structures that sit there. So the other reality is all of this was done really about trying to protect the AAA and meet the Fiscal Responsibility Act and all of the rest. It's kind of a little bit like Treasury is the Japanese soldier they found in the 70s in the Philippines still fighting the Second World War. We don't have a AAA credit rating anymore. That's been lost. It's probably time to bring TAHI to book, and certainly it sounds like Audit are trying to do it. But yeah, I guess that would be my response. I can't give you a clear answer either, but if you rang Standard & Poor's, they'll tell you. My suspicion is that they've never counted this as a legitimate for-profit corporation.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Mr. Fuller and then Mr. Mookie.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Lyon, just interested in terms of the original brief you got from Transport in the report that you were supposed to provide for Transport, did that ever go into seeking for you to undertake a fiscal impact study or the like? So how did that then become part of the report that was commissioned?
So it required us to model. So we didn't have to do a financial impact statement. That's something Treasury does to go with Cabinet stuff. Cabinet definitely required us to develop an operating model and to subject it to detailed financial modelling, because we identified in our first report the errors and the limitations of the existing Treasury model that had been used. So Mr. Pratt is being quite cute when he says that it's not within scope. It was most definitely within scope, and if you look, I've included the scope within my papers. I've included where I've circulated it to people inside KPMG. It's covered in the letter that Mr. Heathcote wrote back to Mr. Pratt in November. We were required, because of the limitations in Treasury's financial analysis up to that point, we were required to build a detailed and sophisticated financial model that was able to tell Transport, Treasury and Cabinet the impacts of implementing TAHI as it's designed.
I'm going to go to Mr. Khan, but then I want to go to Mr. Mookie.
I don't want to take your time, because look, what I'm interested in this is the Public Accountability Committee, and I know TAHI is the direct point of interest for a whole series of reasons. But what I'm interested in is, in a sense, what lessons can be learned, partly picking up from what Ms. Boyd has said to you already, is, in a governance sense, what should government expect from bodies such as KPMG when retaining them to do work?
I think they should be using them as an extension of expertise rather than a band-aid to put over a weeping wound.
Look, I accept that, but it seems to me, if picking up from what you said before at my invitation, that is that KPMG let down essentially the government of New South Wales by playing both ends off. How does the government from its side, as well as KPMG from their side, ensure that we don't replicate this time and again?
Well, I guess there's probably two things. I mean, I think back to some of the great Treasury secretaries that I've dealt with, and I've dealt with New South Wales, Commonwealth, Victorian Treasury for more than 20 years. And there have been some amazing leaders in that time. I mean, part of the basic governance structure of parliamentary democracy is that you have talented amateurs in a sort of professional sense as your ministers, and then you have, and you could argue about how talented they are, I'll leave that to you.
I didn't say
But you're supported.
We can't resolve that.
You're supported by a professional public service who understand the risks and also understand the ethics of what needs to happen. I suspect to some degree, I think Mr. Pratt might come from a mid-level role in one of the big banks or something like that. I don't think he's an economist. You might want to ask him his professional qualifications. I don't think he's a finance guy either. But I think probably this reflects to some degree the lack of rigour in the Treasury. It shouldn't be a surprise to them that there is this huge problem in the budget. They should know it. It shouldn't be a surprise to them that there are accounting problems with making TAHI work. So, I mean, all of these things should have been known. So, to some degree, it is and again, I'm not seeking to denigrate all of the hardworking officials in Treasury, but certainly Mr. Pratt, Mr. Mitter and Ms. Wilkinson have let the government down. And I think KPMG is probably a good reflection of this issue that comes up every now and again of the tension between being an accounting firm and the reality of being actually a Swiss Army knife consulting firm that does all sorts of things. Probably the difficulty in this one for KPMG is that it's in their home patch of accounting. I think they've given advice, and certainly, you'd have to be brave to contradict two other Big Four firms who were obviously equally under pressure to come back with an answer that worked. I guess KPMG just didn't have the internal structures or the strength or whatever else. So I think it's been an example of a Treasury leadership that's forgotten how to advise leaders on when things can happen and when they can't. I think they've probably lost the ability to say, no, that's not going to work. Or to say it in a way where the Cabinet listens to it. But in truth, this should never have been done at the start. And once it's baked...
Sorry, Trevor, we have got a very short amount of time.
Once it's baked in, let me finish for 1 second. Once something of that scale is baked into the budget, it gets very hard to tell the truth about it, because all of a sudden things are very different. You've been making all these decisions. So I've always been sceptical, and Ms. Boyd asked before about my background in accounting structures. I've always been sceptical of accounting-led financing models for infrastructure because they're usually about trying to hide costs and not about trying to find them, fund them and pay them. So I think this whole exercise is a regrettable one. Once it went into the budget, the lie became, or the fiction, or however you want to express it, it became too big for people to easily get off. And I think Mr. Pratt was unable or unwilling or didn't understand the risk that he was putting the government in by doing it. And I think KPMG has really forgotten the purpose of the public service and the purpose of consultant advisors, and probably tried to be a little bit too entrepreneurial in providing answers.
Well, I used up the time, so
Okay. Mr. Mookie.
Mr. Lyons, I just want to take you now for layman's terms, the basic differences as to why you said that this would actually have a net impact over the forward estimates of minus 5.3 billion, and Treasury said it would actually have over 4.7 billion, if that's okay.
Yep.
I'm referring to your report. I don't know if you've got a copy with you.
I unfortunately forgot my report.
I will, while I'm asking you the questions, just table these for the chair and that, because one of the last questions will come from it. I've got 3 copies, so we can follow. One for the witness, please, one for the chair and one for government. On page, I'm sure you might recall this from memory, But on page, you set out the differences in assumptions, which leads you to conclude that it's going to have a negative impact of 0.53 billion on pages 63 to 66. Let me just go very quickly on this start. The moment, as a matter of law, if a state-owned corporation must return a profit for the taxpayer, correct? That's termed you have to verbally respond. Sorry, Mr. Lyon.
Sorry, yes.
That is termed a return on equity, correct?
Yes.
There is a specific accounting definition as to what a return on equity is, correct?
Yes.
Basically, it's income earned at a very simple term over the size of the asset base, correct?
Yes.
In addition, TAHI is required to recover all its costs under its classification, correct?
Yes, it's classified itself as a for-profit corporation.
That includes depreciation, correct?
Yes.
And then in terms of what it charges its customers, it has to charge its customers what's called an economically significant price, correct?
Yep.
That means it has to recover its costs, correct?
Yes.
And enough profit to earn a return on its asset base,
Yes.
correct? And that is all legal, correct?
Yes.
And that TAHI must satisfy every one of those hurdles in order to obtain its classification as off-book, correct?
Yeah, or to sustain it.
Yes. And in truth, the advice that you were being asked to provide was what exactly is the economic return it's required to earn, correct? Amongst other things.
In part, yes.
Yes. And you set out between page 63 and 66, broadly speaking, your answer to that question, correct?
Yes.
The core of this difference, where this whole dispute comes down to, is you say that in order to calculate its profit, as well as what it should charge Sydney Trains and New South Wales Trains, it should be using all its asset base, correct?
Yes.
That's $37.9 billion at the time you wrote the report?
Yes.
That's set out on page 66 for people who are following along at home. Treasury says...
I don't think they have it at home yet.
Treasury says that actually they only need to earn a return over $10.8 billion, correct?
Yes.
Did they ever give you an explanation as to why they think $10.8 billion?
They certainly tried, and the argument they put, Mr. Mookie, is that they're only required to earn a return on the equity they contributed since 2015, which is not true.
And just on that point, let me just to speed this up. That is not a practice that prevails at any other state-owned corporation, correct?
Nothing I've seen in the Western world does that.
And in fact, Sydney Water, which is, you go on in your report to say is the like or perhaps the closest parallel in terms of the size of the organisation.
Yes.
Despite TAHI being, I think, 4 or 5 times the size of Sydney
Yes.
Water. Sydney Water calculates it over all its asset base, correct?
Yes.
Not the contributed equity.
No.
There's no other example in the public sector, as it currently stands in respect to any of the other state-owned corporations, in which that definition is used, correct?
None.
Great, thank you. The other aspect is in terms of what profit has to be earned, correct? That's
Yes.
the other point of difference. You said that it was acceptable for TAHI to earn a 1.1 to 3% return on its assets between 23 and 27, correct? And
We
then
did that,
4%
Mr. Mookie.
onwards.
Yeah, we did that not because we think that is the best. In fact, I think TAHI would actually perform worse. We were just trying to be as polite as we could, and we were trying to not bring home a $10 billion dead cat, I guess.
No, but you gave a very generous...
Sorry, Ms. Lyon.
Sorry, did you finish?
Yes.
You gave a very generous
Set of assumptions,
set of
yes.
assumptions yourself, correct?
Yes.
But Treasury disagreed with you that 1 to 3% to 23, from 23 to 27 and 4% onwards was acceptable. They disagreed, correct? They said that you should have instead been using a flat 1.31% rate starting
Forever.
from financial year 25 continuously,
Yes.
correct? Indefinitely.
Yes.
And that's because 1.31% was at the time the 10-year bond rate, correct?
That's right.
So Treasury was saying to you that it wasn't important for, it was only important to them that it recover at that time the cost of the capital regardless of inflation, correct? Once you factor inflation in, Treasury was actually saying to you that it was okay for TAHI to lose money.
Yep. They were setting out to lose money, yep.
And just on the final question, on this...
Because I don't want you to rush. If you
No,
can
we were
respond.
going fast.
But I am concerned that Mr. Lyon may have been going to add something.
Is there
His
anything
mouth
you'd
was
like to
open.
add to that?
No, that's fine. Thank you, Mr. Gunn.
So can I say, but let me just be very clear here because I want to ask you the next question on this. In order for TAHI Treasury to make this work, either one of two things has to happen, correct? They have to either have TAHI accept the definition as to what the amount that the taxpayers invested in them, correct, which is around $10 billion?
Yes.
Or alternatively, they have to have Treasury mark down the value of its assets, correct?
Yes.
And if they were to instruct either of those two things, then that would achieve the result that they designed to achieve, correct?
Yes.
despite that not having any precedent to the best you're aware of.
Yes.
Ms. Lyon, there were repeated efforts to try and have the asset base written down by 50%.
Well, it wasn't an attempt. What we actually revealed in the work was that all of Treasury's advice to the government before, which was actually done by KPMG, which you'll see in the papers, was a model that for no defensible reason, as we note in the report, assumed that TAHI's assets were worth half of what they're really worth. The problem with that is you cannot pay a distribution of returns until you've funded your depreciation. And so, in fact, TAHI became an enormous cash trap. I think I think by the time we got to the end of the 10-year period, it was holding $12.5 billion of taxpayers' money. That would have to be released through some form of special distribution that would unpick the bona fides of its
Chair,
independence.
I just have one more question which you might want to follow because it just arises before we go too far beyond. I've just tabled you a letter that you probably haven't seen, and I'm only going to ask you...
I should say I do know David Jerd too. I've also known him
I'm going
for
to ask
20
you
years.
your response to this as an expert or the person who produced the model, really, no in other capacity. But as we established in just 2020, at the time you wrote the report, Treasury was telling you that you should be calculating the equity at $10.8 billion.
Yes.
And you had rejected that proposition, and that created the dispute, correct?
Yes.
And that was the major part of the dispute.
Yep.
Can you now look at this, please? This is a statement of expectation that then Minister Constance sent to the CEO of TAHI as of the 9th of June 21, which is 6 months after, and I think after you've left KPMG, correct?
Yes.
Can you, this is, to the best of your knowledge, this is what a portfolio minister is required to produce under the statement of commercial intent, or correct?
I think this is the statement, because TAHI is a three-headed monster because the Transport Minister is its portfolio minister, but they changed it from the Transport Minister being a shareholding minister. So I think this is separate. I think there's a statement of corporate expectations that has to go from the shareholders, and then there's a statement of expectations that goes from the portfolio minister, is as I understand it.
Yes, I think that's absolutely accurate because the letter then says portfolio minister priorities. You can see that on the front page, and then on the back page he CCs it to the Honourable Dominic Perrottet, Treasurer, and the Honourable Damien Tudor, Minister for Finance and Small Business, who are the shareholding ministers, correct?
Yes.
But then can you go up to the last dot point, please? It says here, therefore, I provide to you guidance that the state's current equity investment in TAHI is projected to be approximately $7 billion at 1 July 2021. Capital grants prior to corporatisation in 2516 to Rail Corps do not constitute equity for the purposes of calculating government's return on investment. Do you see that?
I do see that.
That, is it not, a direction from the then minister to endorse effectively the set of assumptions that your report rejected?
Appears to be precisely that.
But the variation is it's not the 10.8 billion. It's been written down already from what Treasury told you late last year. That was 10.8 to $7 billion. That's
appears
correct?
that it appears that he's wanting the $7 billion to be the denominator for the calculation of return.
That would allow them to achieve their result of avoiding the two impacts we discussed earlier. Correct?
It would, but only if Audit
General
accepted
agrees.
such a novel construct.
My last question on you on these: in your course of you producing your report, did you have any evidence to conclude that the state's investment in TAHI for the purposes of calculating a return on investment was $7 billion?
Absolutely none. We did reject it out of hand in quite a detailed case study.
That's $30 billion less than what you said it should be.
Well, what it is. It's not us saying what it should be. I mean, there are rules around this, around the basis of valuation, and again, it's probably something to explore with the Auditor General or with Transport at some point. But I mean, this is the real problem for Treasury: is there are rules around asset valuation. It's been valued on a cost approach up until now. We did have a look at an income approach, which would be an opportunity to revalue. But we had to remove that from the model under instruction from Treasury because it actually showed that the value of the corporation would go up under an income approach, and we were instructed to delete it entirely from the model, as I noted in my report.
Ms. Lyon, thank you for your evidence today. On one hand, it's very, very technical. Asset valuations, fights over what the sort of, the starting point is. But the heat and light about, in this case, it really comes down to the impact on the budget. If this all unravels, it's a $10 billion reversal on the budget. Is that right?
Yeah, or thereabouts. I mean, again, it depends sort of where you measure it from, but yes, it's billions and billions and billions of dollars.
And on one view of it, Treasury saw you and your team as what was standing in the way of that $10 billion accountancy trick.
Yep, that is correct.
Yeah. Son, thank you for your evidence today. Thank you for the frankness of the advice. Yeah, well, I know the state. Thank you for the position you've taken. We genuinely appreciate it.
Thank you very
Welcome back to the next session of the Public Accountability Committee's inquiry into the Transport Asset Holding Entity, which you'll hear referred to as TAHI throughout this afternoon's deliberations. I now welcome our next witnesses, Mr. Bruce Morgan, the Chair of the Transport Asset Holding Entity, and Mr. Trevor Bourne, the Board Director of the Transport Asset Holding Entity, both members of the Board. Could I ask you to each please state your name, your position title, and then take either an oath or an affirmation, copies of which should be in front of you. We might start with you, Mr. Morgan.
Yeah, thank you, Chairman. My name is Bruce William Diston Morgan. I'm Chair of TAHI, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Mr. Bourne.
I'm Trevor Bourne. I'm a non-executive director of TAHI, and I swear that the evidence now about to be given by me shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
All right. You now have the opportunity, if you wish to take it, to make a brief opening statement.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. I was appointed Chair of TAHI on 1 July 2020. Like my fellow directors, I took this role because I fundamentally believe in what TAHI was established to deliver. Each of us is excited to be a part of the board of TAHI and the opportunity it presents to unlock value in the state's assets, accelerate precinct development and generate sustainable revenue streams for the benefit of the New South Wales taxpayer and the community. I have more than 45 years' experience working across accounting, corporate governance and business transformation across various sectors, and more than 15 years as a non-executive director of public, private sector and not-for-profit organisations, including as chairman. My directorship experience includes companies such as Origin Energy and Caltex Australia, now Ampol, and I've recently completed 8 years as chair of Sydney Water. My role at Sydney Water in particular has afforded me the opportunity of seeing firsthand the expertise and value that SOCs can deliver in essential services. I believe my professional experience in board roles, including 6 years as chair of PwC in Australia, PricewaterhouseCoopers in Australia, have provided me with the relevant skills and experience to guide and support the TAHI as it operationalises and begins to create meaningful value and long-term value for the people of New South Wales. The formation of TAHI is a significant reform for our transport system. It involves establishing a new organisation, transferring the majority of RailCorp's assets across, establishing the detailed arrangements with operators and other organisations, setting up financial structures, policies and processes that enable the organisation to function appropriately, and finally ensuring the organisation is appropriately resourced. Given the significant nature of this transformation, our first year or so in operation has inevitably been a year of transition. I acknowledge that in a complex transition of this nature, and given the broad group of stakeholders and agencies involved, not everything will be absolutely 100% right from day one. We continue to actively monitor opportunities to make improvements and to implement them rapidly. Yet the board and management are firmly focused on delivering the clear benefits of TAHI for the New South Wales taxpayers and commuters. These include maximising the value of our high-quality transport asset portfolio and developing economy-enhancing precincts for commuters and the state more broadly, freeing up Transport for New South Wales to focus on strategy and rail operators to focus on providing better outcomes for public transport users and the New South Wales taxpayer, enhancing the safety governance framework by providing an additional line of assurance, and I'll shortly ask my fellow director Trevor Bourne to say a few words on that issue. Applying an independent approach to asset management, building transparency and accountability while maintaining a focus on financial discipline. Importantly, we are not involved in running the trains. As appropriate, the operators continue to manage the day-to-day operation and safety. Thank you again, and I'll hand over to Mr. Trevor Bourne.
Thanks, Bruce, and thanks to the committee for the opportunity to make a brief opening statement. Like Bruce, I was appointed as the TAHI's independent board on the 1st of July 2020. I've spent the bulk of my career in large, complex, capital-intensive industries at senior management and chief executive level across the manufacturing, utilities, energy, engineering and large-scale project management sector. Over the course of my career, I've worked in industries that involve complex and hazardous working environments. These included senior executive roles at BHP, the chemical firm Incitec Pivot, and then a long career at Brambles, as well as non-executive directorships at public and private companies including Virgin Australia, Caltex, which is now Ampol, Origin Energy, Senex Energy, and one of the New South Wales Government's largest state-owned corporations, Sydney Water. On just about every board that I've served on, I've chaired the Safety and Risk Committee, other than for the two boards where I'm actually the company's chairman. You would appreciate in each of these businesses, safety and risk management has remained a consistent and strong focus for me. And at TAHI, I chair the board's Asset Safety and Environmental Committee. I have no hesitation in saying to this committee that TAHI's approach to safety is robust and built on a pre-existing governance arrangements. All decisions around the maintenance and safety of TAHI's assets are subject to the same rigorous asset and safety standards that existed prior to the 1st of July 2020. In addition to this baseline, TAHI has legislated obligations to oversee and assure itself that the New South Wales rail assets and infrastructure are safe, reliable and fit for purpose to deliver safe passengers and freight services. From my experience, TAHI's approach to safety is best practice and comprehensive. It includes the board subcommittee, which I chair. The subcommittee has an independent member with deep technical expertise and experience in overseeing the safe operation, maintenance and management of heavy rail assets and infrastructure. We have a program of independent safety and asset audits, and it is underway this year. The international engineering firm WSP is executing our 21-22 audit program, which has been endorsed by the board. We have established and are now currently implementing TAHI's asset management and assurance framework. Safety, and more specifically our commitment to zero material safe incidents, is our leading non-financial performance indicator. We have established a set of asset and safety performance measures that the board and subcommittee review and monitor. Finally, there continues to be oversight by the Independent Office of the National Rail Safety Regulator, who has oversight of all rail safety regulatory arrangements. But as noted by Bruce, TAHI does not control the day-to-day operations of the New South Wales rail assets. This continues to be the remit of Transport for New South Wales, Sydney Trains, New South Wales Trains and the private operators. Our responsibility as asset manager is to ensure ourselves that these organisations are complying with safety and maintenance requirements to make certain the New South Wales rail network is safe, reliable and fit for purpose to deliver safe passenger and freight services. Thank you, and I look forward to our discussion this afternoon.
Thank you very much. I'll hand over to Mr. Mookie to commence the questions.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan and Mr. Bourne, for your attendance today. If you are in a position to table just a written copy of your opening statement, that might just assist some of the questioning as well, if that's possible.
Certainly.
Thank you very much. Mr. Morgan, you have been chair of TAHI since its commencement from 1 July 2020?
Correct.
Thank you. And as part of the chair, you're required to produce an annual report, that's correct?
Correct.
And that obligation arises from both Section 23 of the State-Owned Corporations Act as well as the Annual Reports Act, I presume. That's correct?
Correct.
And you made such a annual report for the half-year period which covered the as of 31 December 2020, that's correct?
Yes.
And you signed that 29 January 2021?
Yep.
And that only covered 6 months because that was the only relevant part of operations that were in that period, correct?
Correct.
Yes. And that statement was, when you signed it, I presume you had a look at the report and it was correct at the time that you signed it?
Yep.
And I presume that all appropriate policies around reporting your assets and income were followed in accordance with Treasury guidelines, to the best of your knowledge?
To the best of my knowledge, and recognising that it was in transition.
Yes, and that's fair. And your annual report doesn't include a certification from the auditor. And I'm assuming that arises because the auditor doesn't need to audit it under the State-Owned Corporations Act?
At the half year.
At the half year.
Correct.
It is required at the full year. That's correct. Have you completed this year's report?
This year's report's not completed.
Okay, we'll get to that. Can we just, have you got by any chance, have a copy of that report for you from last year, the annual report? No. I'm sorry, I might just ask you these questions and provide you with my copy so you can follow it along. But it's correct, is it not, that as of the date that you signed it, which for the statement of financial position as of 31 December 2020, TAHI had total assets of $41,336,662,000 and total liabilities of approximately $3 billion, which means that its total net assets were $38,265,020. Is correct?
Well, you've got the report. I haven't got the report in front of me.
But that sounds about right, right? In terms of the assets.
I presume so.
Okay. What is his current net assets position?
Current net asset position hasn't been finalised because the audit of TAHI's accounts are not complete.
So, in the intervening period from this report to now, has the assets been revised upwards or downwards, to the best of your knowledge? From TAHI's perspective, not the Auditor General's.
They'll be revised downwards.
To what?
Well, the number that hasn't been settled because the Auditor General is looking into a number of matters not yet concluded. Well, it would be inappropriate for me to land on a number until that work is complete.
Well, you've provided your report to the Auditor General for inspection, that's correct?
Sorry, the draft accounts.
Provided your annual report or the statement of financial position to the Auditor General for inspection, correct?
In respect of the 30th of June 2021?
Yes.
Draft accounts would be with the Auditor General.
And that was provided by TAHI, correct?
In the normal course of the audit, correct.
Did you see those draft accounts?
Yes.
Did you certify that those accounts were accurate to the point where you could provide them to the Auditor General for her inspection?
I was satisfied with the being able to provide draft accounts to the Auditor General.
Okay, so I'm only now going to ask you about the draft accounts, not the Auditor General's opinion of them. But you said that there's been a downward revision.
Yes.
And then the accounts that you provided to the Auditor General, there was a downward provision. Did I hear you correctly?
Correct.
What was the downward provision in the accounts you provided the Auditor General?
I'd have to come back to you and take the question on notice because I don't have the accounts in front of me, the draft accounts.
Was it, would you term it a significant revision downwards?
Yes.
Revision as in more than $5 billion down?
Yes.
More than $10 billion down?
Yes.
Close to $20 billion down?
Yes.
More than $20 billion down?
Well, not yet settled.
So somehow in the 6 months between 31 December 2020 and 30 June 2021, TAHI's assets are written down by up to $20 billion. Is that correct?
In the draft accounts, correct.
Well, sorry, Mr. Morgan, I can't think of another occasion where a state-owned corporation has written down their accounts by some $20 billion in the course of a financial year. That must be a red flag issue for you as chair of the board.
Chairman, it's not a red flag issue. It's as a result of adopting the accounting policies which have to be adopted for a state-owned corporation. So, on the 1st of July, our first board meeting when TAHI was formed, we agreed to continue with the depreciated optimised replacement cost valuation method used within government agencies, knowing that as a standalone state-owned corporation, in keeping with all other state-owned corporations and companies operating independently in that way, that we would have to move to an income-based valuation.
Sorry, so in the first 12... I thought
that is the reason for the adjustment, and there's been an activity going on to determine what the valuation should be under that income-based valuation in accordance with the appropriate accounting standard 116.
So by reason of moving the assets from within a government agency to within a state-owned corporation, that has led to a halving of the value of the assets on the books. Is that your position, Mr. Morgan? Within 12 months, they halved in value.
The moving moving to a state-owned corporation requires, and the Auditor General will confirm this, requires a different set of accounting principles to be applied. The write-down is a non-cash write-down, so it's a write-down from one method of accounting appropriately used in its previous circumstance to the appropriate method of accounting today.
So because the value to the state-owned corporation is simply the return that the assets can provide, as opposed to the value for the public and travelling public and state of New South Wales, because you're required to value it only on the financial return, that's why it's halved in value going into TAHI, is that right?
We're required to value those assets on the basis of the income streams into the future discounted that those assets generate.
So that's a yes, isn't it, Mr. Morgan,
Yes.
to my question?
But, Mr. Morgan, the circularity of that logic, and tell me if I'm wrong, is that you're valuing the assets on an income approach, but you're determining the income you will earn according to the value of the assets, correct?
The income that is earned by TAHI has regard to a return rate on the equity injections that have been made into TAHI.
So yes, that's correct, isn't it? The income
That's
that
what
you
we're
earn,
determining it, plus essentially that's right.
So we are in a circumstance where, having written down the assets, we've now then written down the income, which supports the decision to write down the assets. Is that a fair summation from a layman's perspective?
Well, the assets are determined at the level they are based on the income streams currently and projected in the future.
Okay. And so I appreciate that, Mr. Morgan. That certainly accords with my knowledge of it. But can I ask you, in respect to the decision to adopt the income approach, and therefore adopt that accounting standard that you made reference to, was your board directed to adopt that standard and that approach?
No.
Did you decide to do that yourself?
For TAHI to comply with the requirements of the State-Owned Corporation Act and the accounting principles that apply to the Act, it's not negotiable. It has to be done. At 31 December 2020, we were transitioning towards that outcome. And we'd adopted the cost method for that purpose because we didn't have the information together at that point in time, nor did we know at that point in time what the revenue streams would be associated with access and licence agreements.
Okay, I appreciate that.
Yeah.
But
sorry, just to be very clear on this, it's a not negotiable. We could not sit as a state-owned corporation under the Act in which it operates on the basis of the previous valuation methodology, because the Auditor General would qualify our audit opinion on that basis of not complying with an appropriate accounting standard.
did you seek the advice of the Auditor General before you made that change?
The Auditor General and our management team had been discussing this change throughout the year ended 2021.
Did you obtain any other independent advice from any other firm that supported the approach that the board took?
You don't need any other independent advice. The answer is very clear.
Okay, I'm not disputing, Mr. Morgan, about whether or not you needed it. I'm asking you whether you did seek any advice or not from any accounting firm.
I'm not aware of any, but I could take that question on notice.
Okay, so so basically, okay, fair enough. I accept your evidence on that. Can we just return back to the annual report? You made the point then, did you not, that you were adopting effectively the cost-based approach to valuation?
Only at
31/12/20.
Yeah, because we're in the process of standing up this company and transitioning.
In the note that you say here, in what I term as one of the more clear sentences that I've ever read, but it says here in your notes to that, TAHI has applied, I'm referring to page 16 of your annual report, which I'm just going to have to read to you.
Sorry, with a half-year report.
Half-year report. Well, the annual report for the half year.
Not an annual report, it's a half-year report.
Okay, I accept that.
Apologise.
Refer to it. TAHI, this is what it reads on page 16. TAHI has applied the modified retrospective transition option in accordance with New South Wales Treasury mandates. What does that mean?
That means that I take the definition of that on notice, but my understanding of it is that that means that it's a prospective valuation adjustment rather than going back into the past and adjusting prior sets of accounts, which would be incorrect.
Okay, so TAHI has applied the modified retrospective transition option, means actually prospective.
I will have to take that on notice to give you a precise definition of that.
Okay, thank you very much. And so your assets are now circa 18 billion apparently, or thereabouts, for the purpose of your draft report. That's correct? Okay, thank you. Can I just table and have provided to the witnesses the statement of... Do we have the earlier letter that we provided Mr. Lyons, statement of expectation? Thank you.
Thank you.
Have you... I'll give you just a minute to have a look at it if you want.
Oh, yeah.
Exciting.
Give away my letter. Sure.
Have you had a chance to have a look at that, Mr. Morgan?
Yes.
Have you seen that letter before?
Yes.
This was a letter that Mr. Constance sent to Mr. Jur, the then Chief Executive Officer of the time, which was his statement of expectations effective 1 July 2021. That's correct?
Yes.
And Mr. Jur presumably reported this letter or provided a copy to the board?
Yes.
Did the board consider the letter?
Yes.
What did the board deliberate over any aspect of the letter?
I don't recall having done so.
Vaughan, do you recall?
No, I haven't. I don't have.
I'm sorry.
Sorry, Mr.
I've
Vaughan.
got a copy. So.
It's a bit hard.
Forgive me, Mr. Vaughan. But you don't recall any particular deliberations?
I'm assuming that the questions assume that the correspondence like that is distributed to the board and is the subject of discussion in the board. Is that right or wrong?
The statement of expectations had been under development for some time, and and therefore it had been discussed at the board, and I'm familiar with it from other places.
So fair enough. So basically,
Not an unusual. Sorry, just to clarify, the statement of expectations is a document that each state-owned corporation receives annually, and it's a relatively new development from the portfolio minister.
Indeed. And did you recall receiving any like statements of expectation from the shareholding ministers, either collectively or separately?
The statement of expectation isn't designed to come from the shareholding minister, it's designed to come from the portfolio minister, in my understanding.
That's my understanding too. So you presumably...
So the answer is no.
Yes. And to the extent to which, therefore, under the state-owned corporations framework, that there is communication between the shareholders, the government and your organisation, it's fair to say it's affected through this letter. That's correct? That's fair?
Oh, there will be other communications, but this is a formal communication along with the operating licence from the portfolio minister.
Just by the by, has Mr. Constance at any time attended the meeting of the board, or did he attend the meeting of the board in which this letter was discussed?
No, he hasn't. But I go to I have formal meetings with the relevant minister on occasions throughout the year, and this would have been raised at one of those meetings, more recent meetings.
One of the more recent meetings? On notice, can you just provide us when you think that may have taken place?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. And presumably you would have discussed the letter both prior to its transmission and after its receipt?
The detail of it, not so. Perhaps the general intent, yes.
And the acknowledgement of receipt perhaps was communicated as well?
Yeah.
Yeah, got it.
I would expect so.
So can we just turn now to the last dot point of the letter? The last of the dot points in the letter is probably the best way of describing it, which I'll just read out again. Therefore, I provide to you guidance to state's current equity investment in TAHI is projected to be approximately $7 billion at 1 July 2021. Capital grants prior to corporatisation in 2015-16 to Railcorp do not constitute equity for the purposes of calculating government's return on an investment. You see that? That's the
Yes.
Yes. Did you at any point discuss with the minister or anyone else in the government about whether or not $7 billion was an appropriate number around which to calculate TAHI's return on investment?
It's not discussed with the portfolio minister, discussed with Treasury officials.
Which Treasury officials did you discuss it with?
Oh, I can't recall off the top of my mind because the discussion about capital and the appropriate level of capital is an issue for Treasury on behalf of the Treasury and Finance Ministers. And at a board level, we accepted the outcome of those deliberations.
So was it one discussion with Treasury, two discussions, a series?
Management and Treasury would have had discussions throughout a period of time, of which I wouldn't have been a part of, as Treasury would have worked this up. But it's clear from that statement, and my understanding, of course, the question of how the equity was to be built in TAHI and its predecessor, Railcorp, was established in 2016.
Yeah, we'll turn to that. But just on the dialogue, I accept that there were dialogues between your management and Treasury, but I'm asking specifically about you and Treasury. Did you have discussions with Treasury about this?
I would have been in discussions, I don't know when, with Treasury officials.
And
but this is driven by Treasury, not by TAHI.
Yes, I appreciate
as an accounting policy.
I appreciate that, Mr. Morgan. And I understand that Treasury's ultimately has quite a say about this. But just to refine who the officials are, Mr. Philip Gardner is the Deputy Secretary responsible for the Commercial Division. Mr. Sun Midha seems to be the official who is responsible for the development of TAHI. And of course, Secretary Treasury Pratt clearly has been involved as well. Were the discussions you had with either all of them or one of them?
I can't say for sure.
Did you have discussions directly with Mr. Pratt about this?
Specifically about the equity, no. I don't believe so.
In general terms?
Don't believe so.
Did you at all, or your management team, we'll just do it as one step and a two-step, first you, then the management team, raise questions about how Treasury arrived at the $7 billion figure?
Well, it's clear how they arrived at the $7 billion figure.
So you never had any doubt about $7 billion?
No, the capital structure of TAHI is designed within Treasury on behalf of the shareholder ministers in the design of this organisation. We as directors were appointed on the 1st of July, and our job was to pursue the objectives of this company on that basis. The capital structure and the $7 billion was settled sometime during that period.
Morgan, am I then correct to infer that it's your view that that capital structure, as I think you put it, which gave rise to the $7 billion figure that's referred to in this letter, is purely a matter for Treasury?
Yeah.
And the board has no ability to dispute that. Is that fair?
If I had a concern about it, I could raise it and discuss it, but I understand the basis on which it was struck. I understand the history, and we move forward.
Just to round that part of the discussion up, is it fair to say you trusted that Treasury were doing that in accordance with policy?
The trust isn't a word I need to use in the circumstances. It was determined by Treasury. I was aware of the background to the number. That is the equity number we're starting with. It will grow, and it will grow because there is a schedule of fixed assets that will be put in place in accordance with Transport for New South Wales projection of the assets it requires in the portfolio for the next 10 years. And that number will grow quite substantially as Treasury issues further equity to underwrite that the transports program of works.
Fair enough.
So this number will not be a static number. It is sufficient to accommodate the company as it was established, and it will grow quite significantly.
But that's, I accept that that's your expectations, but just again to be very clear, that $7 billion figure that you accepted was derived purely as Treasury, and because that is their responsibility, not yours, correct?
Primarily.
Thank you. You were involved, TAHI was, and the TAHI board was involved in the preparation of a report by KPMG titled Long-Term Operating Model.
Sorry, before we go off the...
I'm not going off it.
Okay.
You were involved, or TAHI and the board were involved in a report undertaken by KPMG partner Brendan Lyons, commissioned by Transport for New South Wales, titled TAHI Long-Term Operating Model Assessment, correct?
Correct.
Mr. Lyons attended...
Sorry, not entirely correct. The management of TAHI was engaged by Mr. Lyon as part of the discussions and the various discussions that were held along the way on that report with not only TAHI but with Treasury and with transport officials. So it was developed at a management level, not at a board level.
But Mr. Lyons did attend board meetings, correct? At various points and made presentations?
I recall him attending a board meeting, yes. And there may have been a further briefing another day.
And draft copies were provided to the board, correct?
Correct.
And to you specifically, correct?
Correct.
And I presume you had a look at them when they arrived, correct? And I presume that you also had a look at the fiscal impact part of the report that Mr. Lyons produced, correct? So in one of them, I'm just going to refer, I don't know if you've got a copy of it, but I know we do have copies of the report here. I don't know if it's possible to provide it to the witness, but I saw it in one of the boxes, but fair enough. Transport, I'll just read you the relevant section of it. It does contain Treasury assumptions and KPMG assumptions, that's correct? To the best of your knowledge?
Correct.
And KPMG, Mr. Lyons, well, the Mr. Lyons component of KPMG modelled both scenarios with the KPMG preferred assumptions and the Treasury preferred assumption. That's your understanding as well?
Correct.
In the Treasury's preferred assumptions, Treasury instructs Mr. Lyons to model it according to contributed equity from 2015 of $10.8 billion, not 7. That's a $3.8 billion variance, which I think we can agree is significant.
Yeah, I think you'll find the difference is work in progress.
Yes.
Capital work in progress.
So in the intervening period between when Treasury provides that assumption to Mr.
Sorry,
Lyons...
Mr. Mookie, may I just...
Mookie.
I beg your pardon. I do beg your pardon.
Happens once every inquiry.
Sorry. And could I just correct one thing? The equity injection of $7 billion at the 1st of July is in respect of assets that are in place.
Yes.
And for which a return is sought.
Yes.
The additional equity injection at the additional equity at the 1st of July is about $4.5 billion, which is capital work in progress, not yet commissioned. Okay. And I think that you'll find the difference between 10.5 and the number we're talking about here is down to that. I'm sorry, I won't.
No, that's actually very helpful, Mr. Morgan.
Very helpful.
That is very helpful. But the issue that I've got with that is when was that $4 billion provided? The capital works that you referred to?
It's ongoing.
But it was provided as of the budget this year, correct? The state budget?
There would be capital works that were in flight before TAHI was even stood up that would be part of that number.
Yes, but then in this year's budget, those capital works that were otherwise allocated to the predecessor organisations of TAHI were then allocated to TAHI, correct?
As the capital is required, so the budget will record a capital program and make allocations.
See, the issue that I have with that, well, can I just ask this
No,
question?
sorry, had you finished, Mr Morgan?
Sorry,
I
thought you had, Mr Morgan.
Sorry, Mr Morgan, had you finished, Mr Morgan?
Thank you, Chair. I mean, my point is that at the 1st of July in the budget year, the whole amount of capital isn't moved to TAHI. It'll be drawn down as required as fixed assets and capital works are undertaken. So at any point in time, the works in progress number will be the amount of capital which has been forwarded for programs approved over a number of budgets in the past.
I agree.
Just to be clear.
Yes,
Thank you, Mr.
that does actually
Yep.
help a lot. And I think I understand the evidence, which is additional money was provided to TAHI, which will mean this number will move.
Correct.
The issue that I have, though, is that this letter was sent on the 9th of the 6th, 21, and it says approximately $7 billion as of 1 July 2021, which raises the further question then, why then isn't the state seeking a return on the additional money that was provided in this year's budget?
Mr. Mookie,
We'll get there, as in cookie.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's okay, don't worry, I'm not taking any offence, it's helpful to provide people guidance.
The reason's quite clear that a return is not expected nor derived on a fixed asset in any circumstance until it is put into operating position. So these assets are under development. They do not earn fare or access fees or other fees, and that's entirely consistent with normal accounting principles, business principles.
I think that clears that part of it up.
Well,
Yeah.
no, you talk over the top. Let him finish his answer.
Sorry,
Well, I thought in that case you had finished, Mr Morgan, but did you have more to add?
I was going to say the $7 billion refers to assets that are in place for which, effectively capital which has been expended under the method described there, and a return is expected on. The other assets, when they are put into commission, when they are commissioned,
that makes sense.
we'll be asked to get a return on those as well.
Yeah, I was going to then go to the return issue, Mr Chair, but if you've got follow-up...
I just had some questions, if possible, about the half-yearly accounts of the 31st of December, Mr Morgan. And the half-yearly accounts as at 31 December 2020. They were accounts that you signed off in your capacity as chair?
Correct.
Say that because I see a letter from you signing them off on the 29th of January 2021. Is that right?
Correct.
And at the time that you signed off on those accounts in January 2021, the notes indicate that the total assets have increased by 0.5 billion from 40.9 billion as at 1 July 2020 to 41.4 billion due to capital expenditure of 1.2 billion offset by $7 billion for depreciation, amortisation and asset impairment. That reflects your memory, does it? That
And that's where you...
the total assets that you acknowledged it in January of this year, total assets at the end of last year were $41.4 billion.
Well, I don't have the accounts in front of me, but I'd have to take on notice those numbers. But the logic is right.
Yeah, and the total, I'll read again, I'm reading again from the report. Total equity has increased by $0.4 billion from $37.9 billion as at 1 July 2020 to $38.3 billion due to capital contributions of $1 billion offset by $0.6 billion for the unfavourable total comprehensive income for the 6 months ended 31 December 2020. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Yep. You see, the difficulty I'm having is I've read the report in detail and there's no indication anywhere in it that those valuations were going to be fundamentally rewritten. And indeed, the sign-off on it says that the accounts are signed off in accordance with all the appropriate Australian and government standards. Did you know at the time that you were likely to write down the assets by 50%?
The accounts that were presented there were done in accordance with the board resolution to adopt the cost method of accounting until such time as we had an income valuation. In respect of the cost method of accounting, those accounts are correct. In respect of the 30 June 2021 accounts, they had to be developed on an alternative basis.
Well, no, but
the readers of those accounts are also effectively produced for the shareholders, being Treasury and the Finance Minister. and I would think you'd find they would have been aware that TAHI was in a transitional state and that those accounts were produced basically for their purpose at that point in time. They are not public accounts at that point in time. They are public accounts at the 30th of June 21 when the Auditor General completes the audit.
These were published on your website.
Were
In fact,
they?
I'm reading them from your website. These were public accounts, weren't they, Mr. Morgan?
Sorry, I wasn't aware they were on the website.
Well, I'm reading them from your website. You signed off on the 29th of January saying the net assets are something in the order of $38 billion. What I'm asking you is if you knew at the time when you signed off on those accounts that you're in a process of radically reviewing them and halving them. Did you know at that time?
I think I've provided the only explanation I can provide to you.
No, Mr. Morgan, I'm going to ask you. I'm going to ask you to not provide an explanation, but to answer the question.
He has answered the question with respect. It may not be the answer you want, but he's answered the question.
Well, Mr. Morgan, why did you not include? No, sorry. I'm going to ask you again. Did the board have advice, as at the date you signed off on the 29th of January, that the figures contained in that report were out by a factor of 50%?
On the basis of those accounts being prepared on the cost basis, those accounts were accurate. I don't recall any advice to the contrary.
Mr. Bourne, did you ever question the signing off on accounts at the end of last year, setting the assets at some $38 billion, given that you must have known, I assume, that you were going through a process of radically reviewing the assets, and from what I can tell now, at least halving the value of them when you as a board member saw these accounts?
My understanding was that those were prepared on the basis of one accounting standard, and in fact during this transition year they would be treated in the same manner as other stocks are treated, and that would in fact change the valuation.
Where do we find that in the accounts, Mr. Morgan? Anywhere? At any point?
Chair, I don't have them in front of me.
Well, I'm happy for you to take it on notice.
Happy to take it on notice.
And can you explain how it is that you publish a set of accounts that you must have known was likely to be so radically wrong?
Chair, at that point we hadn't commissioned a valuation of the assets. We hadn't settled the likely capital structure of the business. And so I wasn't in a position to know where the valuation would land at that point in time.
Who did you... Sorry, Mr. Morgan. I thought you'd finished.
We've developed the move to an income-based accounting, income-based valuation subsequent to those accounts.
Who did you commission a revaluation of the assets from?
The revaluation of the assets under the appropriate accounting standard for the year, which we were transitioning to, was initially done by our own internal people. Treasury also were involved in the development of that valuation model. We then sought an independent valuation from PricewaterhouseCoopers.
Chair.
Yep, sorry. Yep, go Ms. Boyd.
Oh, just on this point, sorry, if we could perhaps just take a step back, Mr. Morgan, and apologies for having less knowledge than you on accounting matters. Maybe if you could recap. So, from what I understand, you're saying that when these half-yearly accounts were prepared, it was on the basis of the accounting principles that were appropriate for something that was not a fully fledged stock at that time. Is that right? And then you subsequently became a state-owned corporation, properly. I don't think that's the right wording, but let's just go with that, on the 1st of July. And so that's when the new accounting standards then took effect? Or was this a discretionary choice of accounting standards?
The TAHI was established as a SOC on the 1st of July 2020. So it wasn't it was in transition in terms of operating policies, in terms of developing a range of matters. And this is one example of where it was. I think you will find that the accounts for 31/12/2020 describe in the basis of accounting the method of, or in the fixed asset note, the method on which the assets are valued. I can't confirm where exactly because I'll have to take that on notice.
I can assist if you like, Ms Morgan. It says the financial statements are prepared in accordance with the Australian accounting standards, which includes Australian accounting interpretations, the Government Sector Finance Act 2018, the Government Sector Finance Regulation 2018, the State-Owned Corporations Act 1989, and the Treasurer's directions.
Yeah, well, I would have to investigate that and come back to you.
Well, I'm assuming it's accurate. I'm reading from your report.
Sorry, so the question I guess I'm really asking here is, when the valuations were done and we had the cost method of accounting at the beginning, and then we ended up with an alternative basis, an income basis, I think you said, of accounting, was that required by the accounting standard because something had changed within TAHI, or was it a decision of the board to suddenly apply a different accounting method?
Yeah, nothing had changed within TAHI. We had discussions with the audit office, and it was clear that we needed to move to that basis of valuation for the year-end accounts.
Well,
when you say clear, on what basis?
On the basis I described initially, Ms Boyd, where state-owned corporations are required to value fixed assets in that way, in that particular way, using the income method.
And Chair,
that's the progress we're making towards that.
Chair, to be fair to Mr Morgan, I think this is the third time you've reinforced this.
Why wasn't that the appropriate method previously then? You said before it wasn't wrong to have the 40 billion on there. So was that, are you saying that nothing changed, yet it wasn't wrong to have it under that former accounting method?
Thank you, Ms Boyd. The observation I made at the start of this process was that we agreed in the, and I think it's evidence in the minutes of TAHI, that initially we would adopt the cost method, and those accounts were prepared on that basis at the interim. And then following further discussions with the audit office and our own knowledge of state-owned corporation requirements, we moved to an income-based valuation. As I said at the outset, this is not a cash transaction. This is a non-cash revaluation exercise.
On that, though, just to follow from Ms Boyd's question, I think in the answer to the Chair, you said that you resolved to adopt a cost-based approach. I heard you correctly, right?
Initially.
Initially, yes. So that took place sometime between July 1, 2020, when you came into existence as a state-owned corporation, and presumably the time the accounts were prepared?
Yes.
And you said that, did it occur to you that, according to your own evidence, that that's a variation from standard practice that applies to state-owned corporations?
Given that we're in a transition year, we hadn't had a deep discussion on that when the resolution was passed in July. It was more a question of then developing the methodology by which we needed to move to the other valuation, which took place largely post 31 December 2020.
Mr Morgan, sorry, I haven't run an organisation with a $40 billion net equity, but I've never yet seen an organisation able just to choose its own accounting standards. And yet you seem to be saying that you as the board can just choose. You can choose what accounting standards to apply, and it's a matter for the board. Am I misunderstanding your evidence?
Incorrect. No, I think you are, Chair.
How so?
The accounting standard is the accounting standard that needs to be developed for a state-owned corporation. The first audited set of these accounts will be 30 June 21. And when you read those accounts, you will see that we have properly applied the accounting standard in respect to valuation of assets. At the half year, we weren't in a position to do that, so we retained the cost method.
But you don't tell us that.
There's nothing more difficult or sinister than that, I assure you.
And when you say
why
retain...
didn't you tell us that? Why is there no reference to that anywhere in your 31 December accounts?
Well,
why is the first we hear about it now?
I'd have to take that on notice, Chair. I haven't got the accounts in front of me to read.
I'll just ask one question quickly here. So when you say you retained the cost method,
Correct.
that was what they were under the former entities, is that correct? So you were carrying over the value effectively as they were represented under the former entities as they all came under TAHI?
That's correct, Mr. Farlow. They were the Railcorp accounts at 30 June 2020, which I had to sign, were prepared on the basis of the cost method. And the move to where we are now was part of the transition process of fully adopting what was required of Result.
Mr. Morgan, you cited your experience at Sydney Water in your opening statement as giving you experience in how to operate a state-owned corporation. I heard that correctly?
Absolutely.
And you prepared annual reports for Sydney Water, correct?
Correct.
And your knowledge of standard practices for state-owned corporation, does it predominantly arise, for New South Wales state-owned corporation, does it predominantly arise from your service as chair of the Sydney Water?
Correct.
And so is it your evidence that this income standard is applied by Sydney Water?
Correct.
And so when around circa 1 July 2020, when you adopt a different accounting standard, did it not occur to you that there was a discrepancy in how you were reporting compared to how Sydney Water would be reporting?
At that point in time, as I said previously, Mr. Mookie, it was clear that we're in a transition towards accounting standards and other procedures for state-owned corporations, and I've explained the position on that.
At the time, you had a company secretary, correct?
Correct.
Were they providing advice to the board?
I look more to the financial controller.
Okay.
Financial director.
But was the company
yes.
secretary also providing advice?
No.
Okay. Can we turn now to the actual return that you're required to earn on the $7 billion? What is your target return on equity?
1.5% at this point in time.
1.5, and is that a direction that's been given to you formally?
I'm not trying to work circumstances been advised, but it's the direction that Treasury on behalf of the shareholders requires.
Okay, and when you say direction from, sorry, can you repeat
Not
the
a
phrase?
direction, not a direction. We've been advised that. I'm not sure under what basis from Treasury.
And that's been advised to you, presumably from management or to the board directly?
I couldn't say for sure.
Okay, it's 1.5% currently per annum? Yes, sorry.
Yes, sorry.
Sorry, just for Hansard, they have to record the
Apologise.
answer. No, of course. And you've also recently been required to complete a 10-year business plan, that's correct?
Well, it is. The 10-year business plan is in draft, awaiting the financial finalisation of the annual accounts.
Okay, but it's in draft.
Under development, yeah.
And that presumably sets out a plan for you to retain your return on equity, correct?
Correct.
And by the 10th year of your 10-year business plan, what is your expected return on equity?
Oh, I'm sorry, I have to take that on notice. I don't have it in front of me.
Does the 1.5% change any time?
I can't recall.
When you say, when did you complete the 10-year business plan or in draft form?
It's been, I couldn't say exactly, I have to take that on notice, but it's been prepared over the last few months.
Well, I think your management, when we last saw them, said that it was prepared as of the date that they had. They saw us, but I think they made the point that they were then pending board approval. Has your board considered this recently as the 10-year plan?
The board's reviewed it on the way through and had input to the plan. The plan can't be finalised till the Auditor General's finalised the position on the annual accounts.
Of course, but it's relatively recently that this 10-year plan has been agreed. Do you agree with that?
Correct.
Yes. But you don't recall what your return on equity is meant to be at the end of the 10 years?
I don't have it in front of me. I can't say for certain. I'd have to take that on notice.
But to the best of your recollection, to either you or Mr. Bourne, does the return on equity ever rise above 1.5% in the next 10 years?
I've given you my answer on that.
Mr. Bourne?
Same.
You don't recollect either?
I recall we've discussed it. I can't remember because I don't have it in front of me. Take that on notice.
We don't have any recollection whatsoever. Do we even know what? Okay, fine. That's fine. But I'm just.
It starts at 1.5.
Starts at 1.5.
Can I just ask you to take on notice how you were advised, the form in which you were advised about that? when that occurred?
Happy to take that on notice.
Thank you.
So, did you have any input in negotiating your appropriate return on equity should be?
It was dealt at a management level.
Yes, but did the board have any input on it, or did you rely on management to do that for you?
It was reported to the board, largely done by management.
Well, sorry, Mr. Morgan. I think one of the key questions is whether TAHI management had any proactive capacity to negotiate up or down the return. Were they advised about what the return is, or did they agree? Were they part of setting the return based upon their understanding of the business?
Chair, I wasn't a party to the discussions that management had with Treasury in this instance that determined this return. I was advised that, and the board was advised that that's where the return was, which the board accepted.
Sorry, did it relate to your management's understanding of the business and what a reasonable return on the business was? Or did they just give you a figure?
As I said, Chair, it was an iterative process between management and Treasury, and that's the outcome of it.
What about between management and board? Surely you went to the management and said, well, is this 1.5% achievable? What's it going to do for our business? How's it going to work? You must have had those. I mean, you're the chair of the board.
Yeah, the board wouldn't have been. The board was satisfied with the return.
Sorry, did you ask management, did you get reports from management that the 1.5% return was A, achievable, and B, sustainable?
We agreed with management that 1.5% would be acceptable. It's in the draft business plan. We've also, to the point we can, signed off on the draft business plan, and that shows profitability over the next 10 years and a satisfactory return for our shareholders.
You see, Ms. Morgan, the truth is this, isn't it? The TAHI is in no way independent. You were given the 1.5% return from Treasury, and you just had to accept it. And it confirms the lack of independence of TAHI, doesn't it, Mr. Morgan?
I wouldn't draw that conclusion at all, Chair.
What conclusion would you draw from having to accept Treasury's figure as a so-called independent state-owned corporation, Mr. Morgan?
That is it. He's already disagreed with the proposition.
Well, I'm asking you what conclusion you would draw from the fact that TAHI had to simply accept what was delivered to them by Treasury.
Disagreed with that proposition, David.
Mr. Morgan.
Chair, TAHI is established with a separate board. We do discuss these matters at board, whether it be the return, the access fee amounts, the way in which the legal agreements are structured with the operators, how we go on safety and all the other things. We have a point of view. We can convey messages back to any of the shareholders or the portfolio minister. I do not accept that TAHI is not independent.
Mr. Bourne, is it your understanding that the board questioned management about the 1.5% return to determine whether it was sustainable or achievable?
Yes, I think there was a discussion on the return, right? But in the current economic climate and the current interest rates, 1.5% for a startup business, as it is as a SOC, I thought was reasonable.
So just on that though, on the 1.5% return, do you accept that as a state-owned corporation it's your requirement to produce a profit? Sorry, is that the affirmative, Mr. Byrne?
Yes, I agree with that.
Mr. Morgan, you agree that it's your produce profit, and you accept that producing a profit is a key test that's applied to the ABS as to whether it gives you classification as part of the public non-financial sector?
Correct.
Did you ever seek advice about whether or not accepting a 1.5% is a sufficient economic return for the purpose of the ABS test?
So the ABS confirmed in June this year that the projected returns and operating model and so on for TAHI would satisfy its test.
Indeed. But
so I don't need to go to the ABS specifically on a return number or whatever. The ABS would have had insight enough to confirm that decision in June.
Just on that though, you said you went to them in June, correct?
I didn't go to them in June. They confirmed with Treasury
in June.
in June.
But presumably you agreed to the target before June.
Yeah.
So you agreed to the target before you had access to the knowledge of how ABS would treat it, correct?
Well, any discussions between ABS is not a discussion with TAHI, it's a discussion with Treasury. So PNFC status
Matter for Treasury.
is a matter for Treasury, not a matter for TAHI or its board. It is obviously interested, but beyond that, it has no direct discussion with ABS,
On that,
to my knowledge.
you maintain a view that 1.5% is an acceptable return, correct?
Correct, and Mr. Bourne has outlined why that would be the case.
And that's predominantly because, Mr. Bourne, you consider this to be a start-up.
Yeah.
Do you consider it a start-up, Mr. Morgan?
Well,
Mr. Bourne has to answer, I think.
well, Mr. Mookie asked a question.
Oh, sorry, I thought Mr. Bourne had answered. I thought Mr. Bourne had answered.
Bourne, it's because you think the 1.5% is acceptable because you think TAHI is a start-up. Did I hear you
Yes.
correctly? Okay.
You know, it was the establishment year. The
But we
board's
don't-
trying to get its head around the balance sheet and the incomes of the business, and for starting at that point, it doesn't mean it doesn't get reviewed down the road, but at this point in time in the history of TAHI, it was accepted as a starting point, yes.
Mr. Bourne, when then do you expect to review this?
Sorry?
You just said it doesn't mean it doesn't get reviewed down the line. When is the board expecting to review the 1.5% rate? Is there any plans to
We
review
look
it?
at budgets every year, and I suspect we'll look at it every year, possibly.
Well, I just asked you about your 10-year plan, which is your key business plan that your shareholder ministers require of you. You weren't in a position to recollect at that time what the return of equity is. Is it now the case you recollect that you'll be discussing this every year in the next 10 years?
I don't remember what was said for 10 years. All I'm saying is we're accepting 1.5 and we'll look at it from time to time.
You're aware that 1.5 is, broadly speaking, at or below inflation?
It's well above the Reserve Bank's interest rate at the moment.
But it's below inflation.
Yes, that's correct as we speak.
The return, we're actually losing money. We're not gaining money. Our real income is going down. And this is acceptable to the board, is it? Is that the evidence we're hearing?
No.
Well, Mr. Morgan and or Mr. Bourne, can you explain to me, therefore, why the board agreed to a return on equity which is less than inflation that results in us, as a state, losing real income?
The board's accepted 1.5% as a return on equity, as initial return on equity. We haven't as yet built out the other revenue streams that we expect. We've got an idea where that's coming from in terms of property and so on, where our expectation is that we'll beat that return. But at this point in time, we've produced a 10-year business plan, and the 10-year business plan will be reviewed annually, and as we develop revenue streams which we expect to have in TAHI, then that return may well be beaten. At this point in time, that return is satisfactory from where we are as a starting point. Why is it a starting point? This is the first time that, because this state-owned corporation is a brand new state-owned corporation.
So just on that, on your answer that's there, Mr. Morgan, give us any assurance that over the 10-year period that the return is going to exceed inflation and we are actually going to make a real profit?
I'm not in a position to guess at that. It's hypothetical.
Mr. Morgan, the accounts you signed off in January, the 31 December accounts, had the half year ending 31 December 2020 net loss before tax at $717,975,000. That was for the half year. Do you recall that?
Well, I don't recall it, Chair, because I don't have it in front of me and I haven't looked at it for some time.
Well,
I would offer that there's a fairly sizable depreciation number in there that probably drives that outcome, which again is a non-cash item.
indeed, but you would recall, wouldn't you, that the loss for the 6 months was in the order of $717 million.
I don't have the accounts in front of me. I don't recall.
Well, I'm reading from the accounts published
That's
on your
fine, but I
thing.
don't
Do you
have them in
accept that's
front of me,
right?
Chair.
We'll provide them to you now, Mr. Morgan.
But do you accept that's
fine.
right?
Yep.
Forgive the highlights. Just one part highlighted. I already asked you about that.
Is that the 31
Sorry,
December?
Chair, your
Is
question.
that the 31 December
Where you're reading
accounts?
from.
Yes. Well, if you go and you have a look at page 12, at about point 7 on the page, you'll see there, net profit / loss.
Yes.
After tax, $717 million, 975 for the 6 months. Tracking at an annual loss of just under $1.5 billion at that point. Is that right?
Well, tracking for certainly the loss for the 6 months was that, and it's actually slightly less than the previous 6 months. The previous period.
Yeah. The only way TAHI could continue as a business without liquidating was through having a letter of comfort from New South Wales Treasury to cover your losses. Wasn't that right?
It's my experience with state-owned corporations that I asked for a letter of comfort on a range of issues, mostly relating to debt financing.
Well, my question was,
So
the only reason you could sign off on the accounts and not liquidate was because you had a letter of comfort from Treasury saying they'd cover your losses. Isn't that right?
Book losses don't equal cash, and the basis on which we as a board seek a letter of comfort from Treasury is on funding facilities to cover unforeseen cash positions. Whether or not there's a depreciation charge in here of $736 million, it's a non-cash item. So the letter of comfort relates more to working capital comfort and to long-term debt facilities and potentially equity than it relates to the financial result of the company.
Could I take you to page 16 of the report? About point 6 on the page, a bit over halfway down. See a paragraph commencing. This is the notes to the financial statements. Mm-hmm. You'll see there, the financial statements have been prepared on a going concern basis, which assumes that TAHI is expected to be able to pay its debts as and when they fall due and continue in operation without any intention or necessity to liquidate or otherwise wind up their operations. New South Wales Treasury has issued a letter of comfort to TAHI in the current financial year to ensure its ongoing viability for at least 12 months. Do you see that?
I do.
Without that letter of comfort, you could not have signed off on the accounts, could you?
I think it would be clearer to say without that letter of comfort, as an independent director with lots of experience, I wouldn't be signing off on that set of accounts on the assumption, because I won't assume that our debt requirements would be met by increases in PAFA limits or whatever, or that I would receive equity.
Now, that letter of comfort expired last week, didn't it?
Yep.
Did you get a fresh one?
We will. As part of the year-end process, before the accounts are signed for the current year, there'll be a letter of comfort for the same reason.
Sorry, you haven't got one yet?
There will be. I cannot confirm today whether I have one, but I'd be happy to take on notice. There have been discussions with Treasury. I'd be happy to take on notice and provide that.
Well,
provide information as to what we're doing on that front.
What if you don't get a letter of comfort from Treasury? You're an independent state-owned corporation. If you don't get a letter from Treasury, do you have to wind the thing up?
If I don't get a letter from Treasury, then the accounts can't be completed. And I would be pretty sure that a letter of Treasury will be, a comfort letter from Treasury will be forthcoming.
Can I just ask on that question though? Is there an inconsistency with Treasury having to guarantee your position to the extent to which you just described, and the ABS requirement that you be genuinely independent of government?
Thank you for the question. Not at all. And the reason I say that is that and this is the case with my experience of state-owned corporations elsewhere, where a letter of comfort is also sought. The comfort is mainly around an undertaking from Treasury that access to capital and or further debt facilities will be available and they will assist in that process. Not that Treasury itself will provide grants or whatever. So it's entirely consistent with my experience elsewhere.
That makes sense. Can we just, on Sydney...
Before we move on from the letter of comfort, Mr Morgan, will you provide the letter of comfort that the committee with a copy of the letter of comfort that expired last week?
Certainly.
And will you provide us with whatever correspondence you've had with Treasury about getting a fresh letter of comfort?
Certainly.
And Mr. Morgan, just on I guess my last question on the finances, is it the case that Sydney Water...
Mr. Chair, could I just add some clarification on this? So, if it's not clear already, one, this is a normal practice. Two, state-owned corporations need access to debt facilities provided through T Corp or equity provided effectively from the shareholding ministers. This is nothing which is out of the ordinary. In fact, I'm a bit of a pain with Treasury because I insist on it to make sure that the independence of the organisation, the independence of directors is assured, and we're undertaking our work properly. It's no different to working in a normal public company where one of the main jobs of directors is to make sure there's sufficient liquidity into the future, particularly to cover the preceding year's operations. And this is no different. This is exactly normal practice. This has nothing to do with TAHI being a brand new company, or I would be doing that in all circumstances.
Well, Mr. Morgan, just to pick up on that, you were talking about your experience before. I take it you've sought letters of comfort as well in your role with Sydney Water, is that correct?
Correct, every year.
Thank you.
Just on that though, Mr. Morgan, is it the case that what is the Sydney Water return on equity is expected on its base?
I'm not sure that we're really here to talk about Sydney Water. I can really only speak in the context of TAHI.
Well, Mr. Morgan, respectfully, you nominated Sydney Water as a key part of your experience.
But with respect, I'm not going to talk about Sydney Water's returns.
Well, in the KPMG report that we referred to earlier, it lists it at the time as being 6.2%, and it listed this as a result of what is the appropriate benchmark for what the return on equity should be for TAHI. That's the reason why it's relevant. Equally, it lists Landcom as having a 14% return, Newcastle Port Corporation 7.2%, Forestry Corporation is 9.1%. Hunter Water is 3.6%.
Been around a lot longer.
Essential Energy is 0.7, which to be fair is lower. It's the only state-owned corporation which is lower than yours as well. Did it not occur to you that there is a...
one, I've got to say.
From your perspective, yes, I understand.
Absolutely.
But did it not occur to you that there was a wide discrepancy between what you were intended to earn from Sydney Water and what you expected to earn from TAHI?
The question of returns depends very much on the sector in which you're operating and the circumstances are there. So it will have had regard to what the returns are from the operators, and it will have had regard to effectively the fares and the tariffs paid by customers and where they sit. I'd also point out in the case of TAHI, of course, there are regulated businesses and unregulated business for which we receive significant access fees from City Trains and beyond. There's also a country rail network, which in fact is not a positive net income asset.
Probably far from it.
Somewhat far from it, where the considerable number of the assets are not in use, and in fact the Treasury's funding through a normal grant program as opposed to equity, the cost to cover the CRN contract for the next 10 years, which is in excess of $1.5 billion, to provide appropriate maintenance for the CRN network. So you can see that in the portfolio there is a mixture of income producing and otherwise assets that speak a little bit to the return that you're concerned about.
Indeed, but equally the state-owned...
Go out there and argue that Essential Energy should have some of
I'm not, Mr. Khan. But
Mr.
equally,
Morgan,
I think you just made reference equally to the non-profitable aspects of your operation. Aren't you, under the state-owned corporation, required to seek a declaration from the minister for you to provide those assets, provide those services, if it's unprofitable?
If we were to be asked to embark on a new activity that was not commercial, and in our view, then we would probably seek a direction from the minister. But these assets were transferred to TAHI on the 1st of July 2020, and their relevance is that we are on the basis they were supplied into TAHI. Our job as an organisation is to enact or to carry out the policy requirements of government.
Do you have the power to cancel the country rail network independently of government?
No.
And is that because of the operating licence requires you to provide that service?
We in fact signed the CRN contract when it was put into place, because it was a policy objective of Transport for New South Wales to have that put in place. So we've already been through the process of considering the new contract and signing as a board that contract, recognising the community obligation, which is one of our obligations in our objectives. Regional is one of our 5 objectives.
So that didn't cause you to have to seek the declaration that you just referred to? Okay. So you're confident you can provide that service on a profit basis?
The question for TAHI is not whether individual activities are provided on a for-profit basis, but bearing in mind what has come across from Transport for New South Wales and Railcorp. It's a question of what we do as a portfolio organisation, the whole organisation. And you've referenced many times the 1.5% return we're expecting on the contributed equity on that front.
Mr. Morgan and or Mr. Bourne, were you aware that in August this year, then Minister Constance had written to the Office of Transport Safety Investigation to undertake a comprehensive safety review of TAHI?
Could I answer it and then ask my colleague to? Yeah, so absolutely aware of it. Frankly, particularly for a relatively new company with a new management team and a new board, we welcome the opportunity to have a fresh pair of eyes in the organisation and to see where we got to, and to pick up any recommendations that we can happily or we welcome to implement. But I'll ask Mr. Bourne to comment.
Do you want to your answer, Mr. Bourne?
Yeah, look, we were very comfortable to have a discussion with Otzi, and I think we haven't seen the report, so we don't know what the results were, but I think the structure that's in place, principally about the day-to-day fundamental operations of the business, sit within Transport for New South Wales. They do the operation, they do all the maintenance, they decide what capital they need. So all the responsibilities that existed there before TAHI were formed are still there.
Mr. Bourne, in your opening statement, you made reference to what I think you nominated as being an extra line of defence or assurance on safety. I heard you correctly?
Yes, that's correct.
And you consider that to be a part of your responsibility?
Yes.
And are you explicitly given that role in legislation?
Yeah, we have an oversight role. The day-to-day, and as I said in my opening statement, the board of TAHI takes its obligations very seriously. It's the prime measure for us from a non-financial perspective, and we've put in place the various modes of oversight that any well-structured company that operates in a hazardous environment would do.
So can I ask you then?
Let him finish.
Sorry, Mr. Bourne, had you finished?
We've created a specialist committee which has I'm reasonably experienced, but we also have a subject matter expert, and we've created a set of measurements that we can oversight the information coming up from Transport for New South Wales, that we can oversight the quality of the management of the work that's going on.
Indeed, but the question, and I presume therefore, as you just said, that given you take this very seriously and probably the most important matter you deal with, I'm just asking, what is the source of your legislative authority here? Are you aware that under the Act, do you have legislative authority in this respect?
The Transport Administration Act sets out the 5 principles. This is the adjustment or the addition to the Transport Administration Act that was passed, I think, in 2017. And the first of those is to undertake its activities in a safe and reliable manner. So we are the asset owner, we're the dedicated asset owner of these activities.
Can you order the operators to cease the practice?
I'll pass again to Mr. Bourne because he's running the committee on this. And
you can't.
We don't order them. We have an oversight role. They have the absolute level of accountability that's Transport for New South Wales to operate, maintain, strictly in accordance with the many and varied regulations that exist for the operation of the network.
And can you order? You can't order them to cease an activity. Can you order them to undertake an activity?
No, we can't order them. What we do is we're providing a level of oversight to see that, in fact, good practice is taking place. But the absolute responsibility for the day-to-day operations and its maintenance exists with Transport for New South Wales.
Can you require them to produce documents to you?
Yes, we can. They provide us with a very well structured monthly source of information.
But can you issue them, say, for example, a notice to produce?
Sorry, what was that?
Issue them effectively a notice to produce about practices?
We've never had to. They've been very, very cooperative, and the relationship we have with them is extremely good.
Do you have the power? Not whether you have to.
I can't answer that, I'm sorry.
Then equally, what accountability, legal accountability, does TAHI face should an incident occur on the network?
The strict legal responsibility sits for Transport for New South Wales, but as managers, we have that broad oversight to make certain that the assets that Transport for New South Wales are operating in accordance with the various regulations, the original operator's requirements. So we take an interest in that. We take an oversight view of that.
No doubt. I'm sure you are interested. There's no dispute about that. But in the event that there was an incident like there was just 2 weeks ago, which to be fair was created not by the transport operator by any means, but in any rail incident, what exactly is TAHI accountable for? Is it accountable for anything?
We will oversight, but in fact the ultimate responsibility rests, as it always has done, prior to the establishment of TAHI, with Transport for New South Wales.
But actually, is it the proper rendering of the evidence, Mr. Bourne? It's not the ultimate responsibility, it's the sole responsibility.
The sole responsibility sits with Transport for New South Wales.
Mr. Bourne, are you at all troubled by the conclusion following the Glenbrook train disaster? The long inquiry, the detailed report handed down by Justice McKinney, where he said the division between the asset holder and the operator was one of the reasons we saw that disaster. Are you at all troubled that history is repeated with TAHI?
I am not troubled at all.
How do you just overcome those concerns?
Because, as I've said repeatedly, the responsibility for the operation, the maintenance and the good management rests with Transport for New South Wales.
So you own the asset?
Yes.
But all of the risk is handed over to the operator?
Exactly right.
And you negotiate with the operator what the access fee will be, is that right?
That's correct.
And you negotiate with the operator what the maintenance schedule will be?
No. The maintenance schedules, because that's part of the responsibility of Transport for New South Wales.
All right. Is there any other network that the operator can negotiate with to get access? You've got a fairly captured market here. Do you agree, Mr. Bourne?
Yes.
So, if you ask for or require an unreasonable access fee, and that puts commercial pressures on your one and only client in this space, how can you not be sure that they won't cut corners on maintenance in order to meet your return for business?
They're the ones with the absolute responsibility, and we'll expect that they'll spend what needs to be spent to meet that responsibility.
So on
What's the expectation based on? You've got millions of people travelling on your... Let me finish. You've got millions of people travelling on your assets that you own, and you contract out all the risk and all the responsibility to a third party. That's the situation.
That's exactly right.
But just on that though, in terms of the cost of maintenance, is that the operator who pays for it, or does TAHI pay for it?
It's theirs. They undertake it. They pay for it.
And do they have to get your consent?
No.
Aren't you required to enter into maintenance agreements with them and set the standard levels?
Standard levels to do with the quality of the work and in fact that it meets the obligations of the manufacturers and the various regulations.
You set the standards of maintenance, but they undertake the maintenance? Is that fair?
No, the standards are agreed, but the standards are pretty much independently set.
No, I accept that they are agreed.
Yes.
So who is the decision maker about what the standards should be?
Transport for New South Wales.
Why do you say that?
Because they're the ones who undertake the work and they're the ones that have the legal obligation.
But they're your assets.
Yes, that's correct.
And you set the standards around which they're assured, don't you?
No, they are the ones who are responsible and accountable for the operation and the maintenance in a safe and professional
manner. That's after you entered into an agreement with them to that effect, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
But you entered into the agreement with them, yes?
That's their responsibility.
No, I don't dispute that, Mr. Bourne, that it's their responsibility. What I'm trying to understand is what is the source of their responsibility. It arises from the agreement that they entered into with you, with TAHI, correct?
Yes.
And so TAHI is a counterparty to that agreement, correct?
Yes.
And you are required to enter into such an agreement given that you own these assets, correct?
Yes.
And you technically would have the responsibility, or you technically would have the ability to have someone other than Transport for New South Wales or New South Wales Trains or Sydney Trains perform maintenance, wouldn't you? You could enter into a maintenance agreement with someone else, couldn't you?
No, because if we moved into that area, we'd separate them from what our job is not to intervene. Our job is not to intervene and tell them how to undertake the maintenance or who to undertake the maintenance. Their responsibility is to make certain it's done in accordance with the regulation and the manufacturer's requirements.
But you, under your operating licence, that's issued to you by the Transport Minister, have obligations in respect to maintenance, don't you?
No, that keeps repeating to you. The maintenance is undertaken and its full responsibility rests with Transport for New South Wales.
I don't dispute that. I'm working down the chain.
Okay.
Right. You're talking about the last part of the chain. I'm asking you about the earlier parts. So, let's start from the very beginning. You own these assets, do you not?
Yes, we do.
You entered into an agreement. Well, actually, you have an operating licence, do you not? You don't have an operating licence from the Transport Minister?
We have an operating licence with the Transport Minister. We do not have operating certification with ONSA.
Okay, great. Thank you. And you have entered into an agreement with Transport for New South Wales or New South Wales Trains or Sydney Trains or a combination of the three to perform maintenance, correct?
To perform the whole process of operations and maintenance.
And that is, they're providing the maintenance on behalf of assets you own, correct?
That's correct.
And you set the standard around which the assets need to be maintained, correct?
Yes, they're generally independently. The standards for maintaining equipment like that is generally set by either the regulations and or the original equipment suppliers. So it's a well-structured process.
Indeed. And in order to meet the standards that you've set, you've entered into those agreements, correct?
Yes.
Great. So, and they recover under those agreements aspects of the cost of maintenance from you, or they deduct it across other payments that they would otherwise provide you, correct?
No, they absorb the full cost. The cost of the maintenance is all to their account.
Indeed. And that has some bearing on the access price you can charge them, does it not?
No.
And so you're saying to me that all the cost of maintenance is incurred by them?
Yes.
And there's absolutely no cost recovery whatsoever from Transport for
No.
Asset?
Not from TAHI, no.
Yes. Do you have the ability to refuse or reject a request for them to do maintenance?
No, I
they come to you and say, in order to meet your standard...
Can I be clear? The total responsibility for the maintenance, and it sits with Transport for New South Wales, both the delivery of it and the cost.
Did they disclose to you the maintenance that they are undertaking?
So again, a question, sorry?
Did they disclose or otherwise notify you of the maintenance that they are performing?
We have a set of measures to do with fleet availability, overdue inspections, the sort of safety-based measures that you would take to ensure that things like plant availability, reliability, that is undertaken. But they do that at their cost.
Ms Boyd has some questions at this point.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to pick up on that point. So, if, heavens forbid, there was a disaster and somebody wanted to take legal action in relation to it, would they need to go, firstly, to TAHI and to sue TAHI, and then TAHI would in turn loop in Transport for New South Wales under the agreements? Or are you saying that legally a person would be able to go directly to Transport for New South Wales?
I'm sorry, I'm an engineer, not a lawyer, so I can't answer that question. I'm sorry. I need legal advice on it.
It goes, I guess it goes to this point. If the maintenance obligation is on Transport for New South Wales by virtue of the agreements you have signed with it, that means that you must have ultimately the primary responsibility for maintenance legally. Otherwise, there would be nothing for you to...
That's a legal question of which I have no qualifications to answer, I'm sorry.
Well, but you are the...
But I suppose this comes to the point. Have you had advice that you could just hand over all of your responsibility for maintenance and through that safety to a third party like this? Have you had legal advice that that's legally effective and will protect you?
That was the structure that was in place. And we have, yes, that's correct.
Have you gone through the process of confirming that all known key risks and emerging contingent liabilities, which could materially impact the current and future results of TAHI over the financial year that just passed, have been fully disclosed? Has that happened?
Yes.
Yes.
Who did you disclose them to?
Perhaps, Chair, if I could help on this issue. So, advice was taken from a firm of lawyers in the design of TAHI's risk management and safety and asset management responsibilities to examine what we are and how we're to operate, and the design of what we have is informed by that process. So, as Mr. Bourne said from the outset, fundamentally nothing has changed in respect of asset management or safety. Transport for New South Wales, and it's through the stand-up agreements, operates as our agent to do a number of things. One, to monitor asset management and safety. Secondly, to ensure that Sydney Trains is spending the right amount on it, or whatever other body, and report to us on risk. We're in the process of standing up our own risk framework, and we have the fundamentals in place for quite some time to identify what are the likely risks of harm and other risks to the corporation, and we're managing those internally.
So I asked, you said that you had fully disclosed all known key risks and emerging contingent liabilities which could materially impact the current and future results of TAHI over the last financial year. So I ask again, who did you disclose them to?
Those key risks, and well, it's a question that directors have to ask themselves in forming the accounts, and I don't know where you're reading from exactly, but the directors go through a process of internal certification and internal discussion to ensure the risks that we might be concerned about that could have an impact on the financial statements have either been mitigated or quantified.
This is from the Statement of Corporate Intent for the last financial year, and it's a representation and commitment statement that you had confirmed. So I'm asking you again, who did you disclose all known key risks and emerging contingent liabilities to?
It's up to the organisation and the management team to inform and debate that with the board. The individual risks that you are looking for me to talk about are not disclosed typically in the SCI. That is a confirmation to say, have we done what we were supposed to do? The answer is yes. In the organisation.
Mr. Morgan, I'm not telling you that they're in the Statement of Corporate Intent. The Statement of Corporate Intent that you have confirmed the board's commitment to required you to fully disclose all known key risks and emerging contingent liabilities. And I ask again, who have you disclosed them to?
Any that needed to be disclosed to as part of that statement and corporate intent would have been added there?
They're not in the corporate intent. The corporate intent requires you to do this. I'm asking you, first of all, have you done it? Have you fully disclosed, in accordance with your obligations under the Statement of Corporate Intent, all known key risks and emerging contingent liabilities which could materially impact the current and future results of TAHI for last financial year?
To the extent that any need to be quantified, they'll be in the financial statements.
What are the known key risks and emerging contingent liabilities as referenced in the Statement of Corporate Intent?
Let me take that on notice if I could.
Could you take on notice when they were disclosed?
Certainly.
Are you saying the only place we will find it is in the financial results that are currently in draft and sitting with the Auditor General?
I'll take that on notice.
Given this was a confirmation the board made, do you have a requirement in monthly board meetings to check if you're meeting the Statement of Corporate Intent?
the board papers and the activities of the board will do that, but let me take that on notice.
Mr. Morgan, you how were you recruited as the chair of TAHI?
I was invited by a search firm, or I was rung up by a search firm to ask whether I would be interested in being considered as a director of a new corporation. And then I entered a process providing a CV and being interviewed by a panel. And then is the case with these appointments, you wait to find out whether they want you or not.
Indeed. And Mr. Morgan, we've heard from Treasury previously that the firm that perhaps contacted you was Korn Ferry.
Correct.
Yes. And you, just stepping it through, you presumably indicated that you would be favourable to such an opportunity?
Yeah.
Yep.
These opportunities, yes.
And you said that you then went through an interview process by panel?
Yes.
Who was on the panel?
I can't recall exactly who was on the panel, but I do recall some of the members of the panel. Anne Hayes, who was to be the designated acting CEO, was on it.
Yep.
There was certainly a representative from Korn Ferry. I would have to come back to you on notice to be accurate, but typically it is a representative from Department of Premier and Cabinet, Treasury, and Hayes, as I mentioned.
Mr. Midha has previously, San Midha,
Yes.
Deputy Secretary, has previously, I think he's identified himself as being the chair of that panel. Does that accord with your recollection?
I don't recall. I have a feeling that I might have met with him separately to the panel for a separate interview, but I again have to confirm that.
How many interviews did you have?
One interview with the panel.
One interview with the panel and then a separate interview with Mr. Midha? Yes?
I believe so, but I'd want to check that on
Did
notice.
you have any separate interview with Mr. Pratt, the Treasury Secretary at the time?
I don't believe so.
Okay. On notice, can you do any definitive check?
Certainly.
Thank you. And did you have any conversations with anyone from the direct interviews with anybody from the transport cluster?
I believe that I caught up with Rod Staples, but I'd have to take that on notice.
Thank you. If you could, that would be great.
I think Rod, let me take that on notice. Yep.
Have any direct conversations with either Minister Constance or Treasurer Perrottet? Or,
Not that I recall.
Minister Tudor?
Not that I recall.
No.
No.
Mr. Bourne, is this the same process you went through?
Yes, similar process.
Okay. In that process, were you required to attest to your experience with rail safety?
Not specifically with rail safety.
Mr. Bourne?
They tested my broad engineering and background, and because I've spent most of my life in hazardous industries, and I chaired the Virgin Airline Safety Committee for 4 years, so they thought
Seems pretty experienced.
and I also at this stage still do chair the Sydney Water Safety Committee.
Indeed, and look, I don't dispute that. You did identify that in your opening statement, but I'm just asking you specifically, was it a criteria?
I recall questions on my background and my approach to safety and the experience that I had, yes.
But you weren't specifically asked about your knowledge of the National Rail Safety Law or any other rail safety aspects that I'm specifically talking about?
I remember talking, I spoke about, I actually worked in the rail workshop at BHP Steelworks, but during my Brambles years, we were the largest rail carriage owner, equipment owner in Europe. We owned 40,000 rail wagons, and I've been to our workshops through Europe a number of times.
So, Mr. Morgan, specifically to you as chair, were you at any time asked about what your experience was in either or in the National Rail Safety Law, to be very specific?
I don't believe so. If I was, the answer would be no, I wasn't familiar at that point in time with the National Rail Safety Law.
What is your current understanding as to your responsibilities and TAHI's responsibilities under the National Rail Safety Law?
Well, the primary responsibilities with the operator, which as we've described extensively is with Sydney Trains and with and so on. There's certainly so it's a indirect responsibility with the rail safety operator.
Okay, but it wasn't a key grade or explained to you as a key performance indicator or a key area in which you were required to have knowledge specifically about that?
No, because the safety is the primary responsibility of others, as we've described.
Okay, fair enough. Just by the by, it's not disclosed in your annual report, as far as I can tell. But what is the actual remuneration of directors at TAHI?
Sure. My remuneration's 150,000 plus super guarantee levy, and directors' remuneration is 80 plus SGL. And if you go back and look at the Public Service Commission, that's relevant for organisations of this asset-based size.
And as best I know,
Pardon?
that's consistent with practice across all the state-owned corporations, correct?
Incorrect.
Oh, no.
Incorrect. No. There's a variety of practices which are basically based in history across all services. So you'll find some of the newer ones have followed the model set down by the Public Service Commissions. Others are still stuck somewhat in the past.
Fair enough.
Mr. Morgan, sorry, whilst we're talking about historical practice and the like, there wasn't an historical practice with TAHI, is that right, in terms of particularly commercial returns and the like?
Well, no, because it was...
So, is it correct that there's a modified version of the commercial policy framework that you've agreed with New South Wales Treasury?
It's modified in the sense that it recognises that there will be a ramp up to full recognition of the commercial policy framework over time, which is, I think, about 18 months. And it goes to things like state taxes in particular. So you'll recall, Chair, that last year there was no income from an access agreement in the year to 30 June 2021 because there was no access agreement until that time.
And there was a waiver on certain state taxes for TAHI as well.
In recognition that the income base of the organisation, the primary income base hadn't been established, so it was definitely in respect of land tax and other taxes. I couldn't describe exactly which ones.
Well, could you on notice provide a copy of, if it's in the form of a document,
yes,
the modified version of the commercial policy agreement as agreed with Treasury?
Yes.
Thank you.
Can I just ask you on that land tax exemption that you obtained from, TAHI obtained from the Treasury, what is the value of that exemption, do you know?
I don't know at this point in time, and I knew it was a topic that you were interested in discussing with Mr. Crimp as well. The way in which TAHI's assets are accumulated, some are regulated, and obviously the ones that apply to the transport system won't be levied land tax because they never have been.
Yes, but to be fair, they weren't previously owned by a state-owned corporation with a requirement to earn profit.
But they never have been, and I don't think because of... I'm not expecting they will. I would think that the assets that should attract land tax are those which are separately commercially external facing, and that will be developed over time. I do not have a number in my mind as to what that number would be.
Sure, but
what I do know is that when you see the accounts for 30 June, I think we've started to pick up a land tax liability of smallish proportions.
Indeed, and that's part of the reason why I'm exploring this topic, and there's a second reason as well. But is it your view that because there is no difference between TAHI accessing this exemption and its predecessor organisation, Railcorp?
I'm sorry, would you repeat that question?
Is it your view that there is no difference between TAHI accessing this exemption from New South Wales land tax for the $11 billion worth of land that you own because Railcorp had the same exemption?
Like the land underneath the rail tracks?
I'm asking you a question.
No, I wouldn't concur with that point of view at all.
Okay, because that was the view that was advanced by your management, which is their view is that Railcorp had this exemption, therefore TAHI has this exemption.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand, therefore, if you have a different view, which, to be fair, I probably agree with you, that you should be paying land tax at some point. Do you have any view as to, has this been raised or discussed in the board specifically?
Look, the board has talked about the commercial policy framework because we understand it. I'm familiar with it from elsewhere, obviously. But the question of whether or not we should pay land tax is not we don't think that land tax shouldn't be paid because we're really Rail Corp with a different name. We think that land tax should be paid into the future in an appropriate way under the commercial framework. So we're not running away from land tax, I can assure you.
Mr. Morgan, I 100% agree with you, for what it's worth, on that specific point. But the reason I ask you this is, do you know how long you have this exemption from land tax for?
I believe that the commercial policy framework transition is about 18 months, but let me confirm that properly to you on notice, if I might.
Thank you. But the reason specifically now I'm asking about this, just to lay all the cards on the table, have you ever obtained advice as to whether or not that exemption, which is very valuable, constitutes a subsidy from the state?
Not that I'm aware.
As in, you're not aware that you obtained that
No,
advice?
I don't believe that anybody in the organisation has obtained advice, but I'm very happy to ask.
Could you? Because, see, one of the key tests that the ABS and the Audit Office applies to determine whether you are genuinely independent is whether or not you're receiving any subsidies from the state. And a land tax exemption on your asset base is worth a lot of money. And I do wonder whether, therefore, at least for the 18 months that you just described, that constitutes a subsidy. Can you shed any light, or you need to take it on notice? Well, I probably need to pursue this with other people as well.
Happy to take it on notice, but I would think also that in respect of assets that are in the transport system, I wouldn't be expecting land tax to be levied on that, but I may be proven wrong.
But true, but see, the ownership has changed. And then the ownership has changed to a for-profit organisation that is meant to be competitively neutral. That's the difference about you obtaining the same exemption for however long versus your predecessor organisation, or the previous owner of the assets having it. It's fine for Rail Corp to have had it because they weren't required to earn a profit and be genuinely independent of government, but TAHI is. Are you aware of any other exemptions from under that commercial policy framework in respect to any other taxes?
I said to you I'd be very happy to come back here with a copy of whatever documentation we have that paints that story. But I mentioned earlier, of course, that the Treasury forwards us a grant to cover the cost of CRN. So not everything within the framework of TAHI in its integral parts.
Yes, but to be fair, the state-owned corporation provides the ability of the state to issue you to impose a community agreement, correct? A community service obligation, I think, is one way of describing it. And in circumstances where they've required you to perform a service for the community, they're required to declare that in the Gazette, that's correct?
Yes.
I can't see any declarations in the Gazette about the CSO or the community service obligations that you're subject to. Are you aware of any declarations that have been made in the Gazette about TAHI?
No, I'm not. But again, that can be taken on notice, but I'm not sure that is a declaration that TAHI is required to make.
Look, to be fair, you're not required to make it. TAHI's not required to make it. The Minister is.
But it being made or not made would have a significant impact on TAHI if that sets out your community service obligations. Whether or not you're required to make the statement or gazette it, the fact of it being gazetted would have an impact on your operations, wouldn't it?
Now we're into the hypothetical, Chair.
I'm
not sure I'm going to give you an answer on that.
It's a legal obligation. And that, once it's gazetted, then it formalises what your customer service obligations are. But until such time as it's gazetted, they're not formalised.
It's an assertion you make.
No, under the State-Owned Corporation Act, is it not the case, Mr. Morgan, that you are required to follow a community service obligation that you have been directed to follow at the point that it is gazetted?
I agree, and my experience of that is within City Water.
Yes.
And I'm familiar with exactly what you're saying in the context of City Water, but I'm not aware of anything in the context of TAHI at this point in time. Not to say that might not be the case.
But see, I accept your view that in the transition you inherited these obligations, correct? The community service obligation was effectively inherited.
And whatever would have been in place would have been,
But then it has to be renewed under the State-Owned Corporations Act. That's the issue. It has to be renewed periodically or otherwise withdrawn, which is why the question about when it's made is really important, because usually what's in the Gazette contains how long the obligation lasts for or how it expires. You agree that's generally your experience?
Yeah.
But we can't find any. So I'm trying to wonder, your community service obligation, which, for example, to provide rail services in regional New South Wales, I presume it's indefinite. Yes?
Well, it's certainly government policy at this
Yes,
point in time, unless I'm
anyone's
advised
suggesting to me that we're
otherwise.
withdrawing it.
Is that a Labor policy?
But
or
have you
what?
made any inquiries about whether or not, are you expecting any further directions of the FUC? Because I couldn't see it in the Minister's letter of portfolio expectations that we were talking about earlier either.
I'm very happy to take on notice and to find out what direction, if any, have been provided on that front.
How often are you talking to the Portfolio Minister?
I talked to the incoming Portfolio Minister a couple of weeks ago. The previous Portfolio Minister I spoke with several times a year in a formal sense, with the CEO.
In September last year, did you attend any meeting where the Premier was the then Premier was in attendance?
No.
Equally, have you attended any meeting in which the then Treasurer was in attendance?
With the Portfolio Minister?
You have?
No.
No, just separately?
No, I've seen the Treasurer.
The then Treasurer?
The then Treasurer in the context of Sydney Water, but not in the context, if I have, it would be in the context of a one-on-one meeting with myself and the Acting CEO early in TAHI's existence, which is a very normal, regular meeting that I would ask for with the shareholder ministers and the portfolio ministers throughout the year. But I did not participate in any meetings where they were both present at the same time or the Premier was present.
Mr. Morgan, did the board receive a copy of the 2 KPMG reports produced last year in relation to TAHI?
I don't recall, Chair, receiving a copy of. Well, there was a range of KPMG reports, I guess. One on accounting advice through Treasury, and the report that Mr. Lyon prepared through Transport. So, which specifically are you talking about?
They're the 2 I'm talking about. One is described as the accounting report, which I think is the one that went through to Treasury, and the other is described as the operating and financial model report that went through to Transport for New South Wales. You'd be aware of the 2 reports?
Yeah.
Did you receive a copy of each?
I certainly recall receiving a copy of the latter report.
The operating and financial model report?
Correct. And in fact, we were involved in a briefing with Mr. Lyon at a board meeting on the 23rd of September, I think it was, last year, as it was drawing to some sort of finality. The other report I have read at some stage, whether it was presented to the board or whether the CEO shared it with me, I can't recall.
Have you provided any form of written response to the operating and financial report?
I haven't. The management team of TAHI provided input along the way, including written response.
Has the board received advice upon the conclusions set out in the operating and financial model report?
I don't recall that we sought any advice.
You're aware the report indicates substantial risks from the TAHI model. You're aware of that?
I'm aware that the report speaks of substantial risks.
But do you think it would be prudent, as the chair of the board, to get a response to it from management? I mean, it sets out very significant safety risks from the structure that you're operating. Why haven't you got a response from management?
We've discussed the report as it was being prepared to the extent we had sight of it with management. The part of the report which I found particularly valuable was the question of working back to the legislation and the framework to work out where the responsibilities for a whole range of things lie. In respect of safety, I'd probably ask my colleague Mr. Bourne to comment on how he read and thought about and interacted with the TAHI management on the report.
Yeah, my understanding was that report addressed what was, I think, considered to be the TAHI structure that they were talking about through to the 30th of June before it was stood up. And I think the model then was that TAHI would have a hands-on operating role. It would issue directions and oversee the maintenance and engineering. When TAHI was stood up from the 1st of July, in fact, the decision had been made as we joined the board that, in fact, all those issues, which is to the heart of the maintenance and how it would operate and how much spending would take place, was in fact all put back to the responsibility of Transport for New South Wales, which was, I think, a significant move from what had been the original intent.
And if you had a report from management that contracting out of all of those responsibilities to Transport for New South Wales addresses the safety concerns identified in the operating and financial model report, Mr. Bourne?
Well, I looked into that personally, and my view was that the way it was structured was sound.
Your management team has told us that TAHI has entered into a separate engagement with Ms. Heather Watson of KPMG. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
What was did the board, did the board have knowledge of it at the time that that engagement was entered into?
I certainly would have.
And was that engagement subject to tender?
No.
Who approached Ms. Watson to undertake the work?
I can't answer that because it was one of the management team. It certainly wasn't me.
To the extent to which I think we've had separate evidence that this may have been recommended to them by Treasury, does that accord with your understanding?
I don't know. I don't have it. You'd have to ask Treasury for that. I don't know the answer to that question.
This took place earlier this year, is correct?
Yes.
What was Ms. Watson asked to do for TAHI?
For TAHI, so my understanding is that that she had been part of the development of the model in 2017, updated in 2020, and that there was a requirement to update the model which KPMG had built with the variables and the assumptions which had developed, and they had developed following the consultations with Mr. Lyon and various other people, and that we TAHI, were keen to see how the model had developed from that early one. She was also asked to provide a manual which would allow the management team of TAHI to operate and adjust and inform that model into the future.
Did TAHI either seek or did Ms. Watson declare any conflicts of interest?
I don't know the answer to that question. I think that would have been dealt with at the management level.
But given you had awareness of it, did it arise to either your management team, to the best of your knowledge, or yourself, that Ms. Watson was providing advice to Treasury at the same time she was providing advice to TAHI? Did that trigger any sense that there may have been a conflict of interest?
My understanding that on the conflict of interest question was that she was updating an existing model and providing information that was already in place.
True, but that wasn't for you. The original model wasn't for TAHI. It was
Correct.
for someone else.
I totally agree. I totally agree.
Hence my question, did it not occur that, given that you are expected to be genuinely independent of government, why wasn't it a relevant consideration in the decision to directly source Ms. Watson that she was providing similar services or had previously provided such services to Treasury, which is also you're meant to be genuinely independent of?
My sense is the opportunity here was for our management to become familiar with a model which had been developed by another party, and that in doing so that she would input to that model and that our management guys would be able to then run with it. As part of doing that, they would be assessing the robustness of the model and the assumptions going into the model, and bringing their own independent thought to the process. I don't really share a huge concern on that particular issue, I must say, Mr. Mookie.
Unfortunately, we have run out of time. Mr. Morgan, Mr. Bourne, thank you for your attendance today.